Welcome to Paranormal M, the hub of the Unexplained. I hope this video finds you well. Subscribe, drop an M in the comment box. Stay updated on our latest mystical stories. Brace yourself for a ride into the inexplicable. We're thrilled to have you on board. The Shadow Man. My husband's on the road, a truck driver. And usually I go with him. Wasn't feeling too well. Decided to sit this trip out. Around 2-something this morning, I called my husband to see how his trip is going. We chatted for about a half an hour before we pulled over for the night to sleep. Shortly after, I went to sleep too. At about 3:40, I was awakened by something. The air felt heavy, like it was hard to breathe. I opened my eyes, and I instantly regretted it. I was facing away from the wall where my bed is, so I was sleeping on the outer side of the bed. I felt like something terrible was laying next to me, and I would literally be scared shitless if I turned around. My heart started beating terribly fast, and I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate. I remember I kept saying, "Oliver," which is my husband's name. It wouldn't be the first time he surprised me, and maybe finished his trip early. Come home and be there when I wake up. So I prayed and prayed that it was him. It wasn't. Whatever it was got up off the bed, and I could feel it moving out of the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, prayed to God, Muhammad, Buddha, and every other god I could think of, that whatever this was would just leave my house. Me being the idiot, well, I popped open an eye just to see what it was. I didn't see anything. I knew it was still there watching me because the air was still so heavy and thick. I sat up in my bed, and that's when I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow figure of a man. He was freakishly tall and thin, super long arms, hunched over, and had this glowing red aura around him and what looked like fire for eyes. The scariest thing I've ever seen. I'm a sensitive, which means I can't always see them, but I can sense them, and I pick up on their emotions too. I felt really pissed, like I was filled with hatred when I looked at whatever this thing was. I turned to the nightstand to flip on the light, and as soon as I did, the thing was gone. The air became soft again. It was easy to breathe. My heart stopped racing. I stopped hyperventilating. I don't know if this was a dream. It's possible, but it felt so real. I felt the thing in my bed and move out of the bed. I know the emotions I felt as soon as I looked at it. I have a friend who's a priest. I'm going to have him come bless my house. This is the second time something paranormal has happened in my home. Almost possessed. I was about 17, and I'd got my first job at McDonald's. I was super excited to earn my own money and start learning how to be responsible, budgeting my money, etc. Homecoming was coming up, and prom soon after. I wanted to pay for my own dress, shoes, hair, and limo, all by myself. My parents were proud of me, and so was I. Anyways, on the weekends, I would always close the store with my manager. Usually it's just the manager that closes, but I was in the process of being promoted to manager, So naturally I had to stay and learn how to close down the store, count the money from the registers, turn off the machines and things like that. After about 2 weeks of watching my manager close, I learned everything I needed to, and eventually I was closing the store by myself. I closed about 4 or 5 times before the first paranormal thing happened. It was about 12:30-ish when I was finally done, ready to lock up the store. My dad was sitting in the parking lot waiting for me to come out. I see him and I wave at him. He waves back. I exit the restaurant and lock the door, and as I turn to walk to my dad, I hear this loud bang from behind me. I turn around and nothing's there. It sounded like someone threw something at the door after I locked it. There was nothing there. So, thinking it was my imagination, maybe I'm tired as hell, I walk to my dad's car and get in. I put my purse on the floor of the car, and as I look up, I see this person in all black moving in a fast motion inside the restaurant. At this point, I'm freaking out because I was just in the restaurant, and all kinds of things started racing through my head about what could have happened. I ask my dad if he sees what I see. He says, "Yes, call the police." Back then, there were car phones. I yank up the receiver to dial 911. They come within 4 to 5 minutes. Whatever it is, I thought it was a person robbing the store, is still there up until the police get there. And once they shine their lights on the store, the thing literally disappears. The cops search the restaurant and nothing. They then call me into the store to review the security footage. At this point, the owner of the restaurant, which is independently owned, was coming in. I'm assuming my dad called him and told him what happened. We're all reviewing the tapes when the lights go out. Mind you, whatever it was that me and my dad saw was not caught on tape. Just as fast as the lights went out, they jumped right back on. And now we're looking at a blue screen that says "No visual available." We still, however, hear sounds from the audio. We hear things like "no" and "leave me alone." We all kind of side-eye each other, but nobody says anything. The police probably are thinking this is a prank. Fast forward about 30 to 45 minutes later. The owner and the police are walking out of the restaurant. He instructs me to lock up. I'm the last one out. Once again, because I have to turn the security lights off and the TV, as I reach the door and open it to leave, I felt the iciest, coldest, roughest hand I've ever felt in my entire life clutch my shoulder, and a voice that whispered, "No." Needless to say, I screamed, ran my ass off to my dad's car, dropping the keys in the process. The police watch me scream and run and don't say a word. Once inside my dad's car, he hugs me, tries to console me. I refuse to look in the windows of the restaurant because I'm afraid to see what I might see next. Fast forward about 10 minutes later, we're home. My dad and mom in the kitchen talking about what happened. My mom and dad are also sensitives, but my mom is more sensitive than we because she always sees them. My dad and I see them sometimes, but my mom all the time. At this point, I'm exhausted. My mom and dad told me I can sleep in Sunday morning because of what I'd been through. Sunday morning, I wake around 10 a.m. My parents are at Mass, so I'm alone in the house. I go down to the kitchen to have breakfast and watch some TV. My mom cooked breakfast but didn't wake me up, so she left some for me in the microwave. Just heat and eat. I I go into the living room and sit down, grab the remote. Then when I look into the TV, as I'm getting ready to turn it on, I see a tall, fairly thin black figure standing right behind me. I freeze. I'm trying to breathe, but I can't help but feel whatever we encountered last night had followed me into my home. I close my eyes and open them, hoping that I'm dreaming, or that whatever it is will just go away. No luck. Before I can let out a scream, I feel that same icy hand on my shoulder, but this time it's holding me down to the point where I can't move. It's saying, "My soul." And this time the voice is getting louder, louder and louder. Sounded like a demonic voice, like multiple voices in one. Then I start getting overwhelmed with a sense of evil. The pure hatred running through me. It's weird. But with this hand on me, I felt like I wanted to harm the first person that walked through the door. Then whatever this thing was shifted into a black sort of mist, started to go through me. I could look down and see it going right through me. As it's doing so, the light from the morning starts to fade, and it's becoming night. Everything was in slow motion. All I remember after that is letting out a scream, seeing my mom and dad run into the house, my mom holding a rosary bead necklace in her hand, saying something that I can't make out. My dad said, "In Jesus' name," and that's it. I woke up hours later. My parents were crying and hugging me. They explained to me that they believe a demon or something was trying to possess me. They left church early because my mom had a vision of this and knew that they had to come and save me. Till this day, I'm 32 now, I always keep rosaries with me. I always hear noises and voices in the night. I always get the sense that something is still there, watching me, still wanting to possess me. But perhaps it can't, because it's not strong enough. I'm old enough now where I can keep these things at bay. My husband knows and believes in what I can do, what I can see, what I can hear. I'm glad that whatever this thing was could not touch me now. Earl C. Clement's ghost. Hi all. Sensitive Queen here with more ghostly experiences to share with you. Anyone ever hear of Earl C. Clement's Job Corps Academy in Morganfield, Kentucky? It's built on top of an old World War II Army barracks by the name of Camp Breckenridge. You can research it if you like. I went there from 2005 to 2006. Anybody who reads this, if you've been there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The following encounters are 1000% true. When I first arrived there, I could feel the spirits. Some were angry and violent. Some were mischievous. Some were lost and confused. As I constantly state, I'm sensitive, so sometimes I see them, but most of the time I feel them. It was just me and another girl from Chicago. We arrived together. So they bunked us in the same room with two other girls in dorm 304. This was a co-ed dorm, boys on one end, girls on the other. After our tour and unpacking, we all went for lunch. We spent the rest of the afternoon getting to know each other and talking. The room captain, who was the girl that had been there the longest, we'll call her Jane. She asked us, "Did anybody tell you about the captain? and how he haunts the dorms and the land. Me and the other new girl said no. The other new girl scoffed. She said she didn't believe in ghosts. Jane laughed and said, "You will," and proceeded to tell us about the captain. So the story goes that he was killed on the barracks by a grenade. It was a training exercise. It was supposed to be a dummy grenade, but it was live. Someone threw it as a prank. It exploded, and the captain was one of the many people killed by it. However, I later researched the story, and I couldn't find anything about it. Supposedly, he was angry about his death, and he haunts the land to seek revenge on the people responsible. Every night like clockwork, we would hear tapping on the window and doors at exactly 2:18 a.m. The first few nights, the new girl assumed that it was older girls trying to scare her. But every time she would hear it, she would get up, and the three of us would be sound asleep. She even told the RA that she couldn't sleep because we kept pranking her. We tried to tell her over and over this wasn't us, but she never believed us. They ended up switching a room, and the same thing would happen every night at 2:18 a.m. The taps would always come in threes. Since she didn't tell the girls what happened in her new room, there's no way that they could know about the tapping. After that, she finally started to believe that it wasn't us. One night around midnight, I was laying in bed with my book light on, a tiny, almost pen-like light, the kind that you can clip to your books, that way you can read without turning the light on. I kept noticing a shadow moving back and forth past the window. My bed was third from the window. There were no trees or branches or bushes that could have been swaying in the wind. Every time I would turn my head to get a glimpse, it would disappear. This would continue until I fell asleep around 1-something. Then once again at 2:18 a.m., we're all awoken by this on our window. We had a community bathroom and shower room. There was 12 showers and 12 bathrooms. Sometimes in the shower, girls would always complain about someone grabbing their boobs or butt while showering. There's no way this could be the boys, because there was always a male RA monitoring the boys' side and a female RA monitoring the girls' side, especially in the mornings while we'd be getting ready for classes. One night after being awoken by the tapping, I got up to use the bathroom. All my roommates are asleep. So as I made my way down the hall to the bathroom, I wave at the RA. She waves back. While doing my business, I hear the slow squeak of the shower knobs being turned on, the water shooting out of the shower head. I instantly freaked out because there's no one in the bathroom but me. The shower room had a motion sensor light, and if someone was in there, the light would turn on. It never did. Before I could haul ass out of there, the motion sensor toilet directly across from me flushes on its own. I could barely pull my underwear up before running out of there and into my room. After that, nothing major happened for a while, besides the tapping at 2:18 a.m. And some other little things, like keys and clothes being moved. Fast forward to about 3 months later. I was in my CDL class. I was the only girl. And me and some other guys in the class stepped outside for a smoke. Our CDL class was called Roadway. The The class was far from the other trade rooms, at least about a mile's walk from the dorms. The guys start telling me about how come they come there at night and you can hear voices and see shadows moving in the darkness. Of course, I believe it. I want to come there at night to see for myself. I always get freaked out when something like this happens because it doesn't happen to me all the time. So, when I see them, I get scared and run, recollect myself. Then I'm okay. So my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go there at night around 8 p.m. for some alone time. I had stolen a key to one of the semi-trucks so that my boyfriend and I could fool around in one. The truck that everybody loved because it had a bed and an AC was called the Beast. It was loud, clunky, and majorly old. As we're walking toward the truck, I hear voices and screams. I ask my boyfriend if he hears anything. He says no. I start to feel an overwhelming sense of sadness and grief. I try to shake it off, but being sensitive, I always pick up on feelings from spirits. But now, in the 32 years I've been on this earth, I've learned how to control them. As we're in the truck fooling around, someone or something starts banging on the side of the truck. We're thinking it's security. We quickly dress and look out the window. Nothing's there. We laugh it off and go back to making out. That's when we hear the banging again. It's louder and harder and it echoes. Then we hear this creepy, sadistic laugh. I can still remember it to this day. Kind of sounds like a witch's laugh, but more like a man cackling instead of a woman. My boyfriend is starting to get creeped out, so we head back to the dorms. No way we could finish after that. One night I lay down to sleep. It was 11-something at night, and like clockwork, the tapping starts at 2:18 a.m. I'm pretty used to it now, so I rolled over and decided to ignore it. Big mistake. A few seconds later, the window flew open so hard that it hit the wall and the glass shattered. There was this violent wind. It sounded like blowing so bad that our blankets flew off of our beds. We were all screaming and ran to the room captain's bedroom, clutching each other, screaming at the top of our lungs. We could hear the male RA and the female RA banging on our door. They were trying to get in. The door wouldn't budge. Then, after what seemed like hours, which was only literally a minute at 2:19 a.m., it stopped. The door opened, and the RAs ran inside to see what looked like a tornado that ripped through our room. We had woken up half the girls in our dorm, and everybody was peeking in to see what happened. When we told the RAs what happened, of course, they didn't believe us. They told us it was our imagination or a bad dream, that maybe one of us was sleepwalking. Stupid idiots. The final and scariest thing that happened to me was right before I was set to leave. I'd gotten my Class A CDL, still have it. And the day before I was set to leave the academy, my friends threw me a surprise going away party. That night as I slept around 1-something, I felt a heaviness on top of me. It was weighing down on me, as if there was a body on top of me. I opened my eyes to see a man sitting on top of me, facing away from me. A few blinks, and I still saw him. Then, as I started to hyperventilate, he turned toward me, except his body didn't turn, just his head and neck, all the way around. Now he was looking right at me, with his body still facing away from me. He had a long beard, and he was missing half of his right jaw. Teeth shattered. Breath, even more terrifying than he looked, he said, quick as he was there, he vanished. I sat up not knowing if I had just dreamt this man or if it actually happened. Ouija board, sleep paralysis. This happened to a friend of mine at a sleepover she threw. It was about a year ago. She had just bought her first house, and she planned a girls' night with wine and games. We played Monopoly, Scrabble, and Heads Up. After that, we're all a bit bored, so my friend said that she had one more game for us, that she had just bought it. She went to her closet, came back, you guessed it, a Ouija board. We all burst into laughter. We thought this was the most childish game we could play that night. She insisted it would be fun, so we thought, well, what the hell, why not? By now, you all know that I'm a sensitive. If you've been following my stories, you know exactly what that means for me. So, I'm already skeptical about playing with this thing, but my girls are into it, so I figured, why be the spoil sport? I knew how to close the Ouija board after we use it, so no harm, right? We start using it. My friend asked, "Is there any spirits that would like to make contact?" "Nothing." She proceeded, "Is there any spirit here?" "Nothing." I could tell everybody was getting bored and irritated. So, of course, I had to step up my sensitive ass in there. Show them exactly how it's done. I told them to take a deep breath, relax, and concentrate on making contact with spirits. Concentrate on the planchette moving. Everybody obliged. Then I proceeded. "Any spirits want to make contact?" The planchette slowly moved to yes. My friends jumped back, let out little gasps and screams. They were all accusing each other of pushing it, and they all maintained their innocence. After a few minutes, everybody recollected themselves. They wanted to continue. So we all put our fingers back onto the planchette and asked more questions. I said, "What is your name?" The planchette moved slowly but spelled out J-A-K-E. My friends looked at each other in fear. I then asked, "Did you die here?" The planchette moved over to yes. I asked, "Where?" And the planchette spelled out U-P-S-T-A-I-R-S. My friend, whose house it is, said to stop. She didn't want to play anymore. So I told her we have to close out the Ouija board. She asked why. Instead of explaining the whole thing about why you should close out a Ouija board, I simply said, "Out of respect." So I told Jake goodbye, and we would talk to him another time. The planchette moved to goodbye. So later that night, around 2 or so, we decided to call it a night. We were all asleep in the living room, around 4 something, when I hear my friend mumbling and groaning in her sleep. It's loud enough where it wakes me up, and apparently not loud enough to wake up the 3 other girls. My friend is lying completely still, but sounds like she's trying to talk while in pain. I flipped on the light. I walk over to the couch that she's sleeping on. Her eyes were wide open as if she was staring up at something. I Couldn't see anything that she was looking at, but she was still gasping, trying to scream and move. But she couldn't. I immediately knew what this was. Sleep paralysis. I shook her violently, trying to knock her out of it, but nothing happened. She just kept gasping. I was screaming at this point because I'd never seen this firsthand. Didn't know what to do. The other girls woke up and saw what was happening. They ran over to assist. After about 3 to 5 minutes of us calling her name and shaking her, she finally took this huge gasp, snapped out of it. She looked at us with a bewildered look and said, "What are you guys doing?" We told her what happened. She didn't remember any of it. All she remembered is that she had a dream. She kept trying to help, but she couldn't reach him. He just kept getting further and further away. She described him, quote-unquote, as being average height, brown hair, muscle-toned, very handsome. She vowed to never touch that Ouija board again. Fast forward to the present day. She says that she never experienced anything like that in her knowledge again. She never even dreamed about Jake again. I don't know what this thing is. Last night, a tad after midnight, I'm laying in bed, just getting ready to doze off. All the lights were off, and the only light was illuminating from the street light right outside my house. The neighborhood was finally quiet. Having a block club party a few hours prior, perfect silence. The way my house is, there's a second landing that's open, with nothing but 3 horizontal banisters, about a thigh's height, to keep people from falling over. Most upstairs landings have walls. Ours doesn't. We had our house remodeled shortly after moving in. Our bed is set against a wall, and with the door open, I can clearly see that the stairs that lead up to the second floor, which are at a horizontal angle, about 50 or so from our bedroom door. Must have dozed off for an hour or so. I started dreaming about this creature. It had deep, glowing red eyes, a long snout, bloody teeth that were literally razor sharp. It had blood, both dried and wet, all over its hairy body. Walked on all fours. That had super long arms and legs, talons or claws on its paws. It was standing right in my doorway, grinning at me. It kept whispering, "I'm coming for you." I'm a very light sleeper, so when I heard these soft footsteps on my stairs, I was immediately alert. It sounded like somebody was tiptoeing, as if not wanting to be heard. I sat up and was horrified by what I saw. There was a creature, exactly like what I just described in my dream, crawling up my stairs. It was on all fours, was literally crawling up my stairs very slowly, as if not trying to be heard. I started to panic. I started hyperventilating. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, that thing that I just dreamed. This thing has invaded my dreams, and now it's in my home. I opened my mouth to scream, and I couldn't. I tried to get up and run, to lock my bedroom door, to climb out of my window. I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed. In my struggle to move or scream, I didn't realize that this creature was standing right in the threshold of my door. This was until I heard a small growl. looked toward my door. This creature was slowly crawling towards me, staring at me with those red, bloody eyes, with this disgusting grin on its face, blood dripping from its teeth. I'm still struggling to move or scream, or at least wake my husband. Can't move. I can't make a sound. This creature's right in my face now. I can smell its putrid and steamy breath. It's sniffing all around me, sniffing my hair, my chest, my neck. Can't move or scream. It takes one of its sharp talons and slices at my nightgown, and it instantly falls down. It sticks out its tongue. It's long and slithering like a snake, rough and bumpy, and it's licking up my belly to my breasts, and I'm crying now. I can feel the tears. I still can't make a sound or move. All of a sudden, this thing forces itself on top of me, pushes me flat on my back. I instantly gasp. This is what wakes me up. A dream inside of a dream. I'm now able to move and speak, and I hear my husband saying something to me. I sit up in bed. He tells me he thinks I was fighting something in my sleep, and that it looks like I was struggling. Not sure if this was a dream or if this was an incubus or sleep paralysis. I never experienced this in any form before, so I'm freaked out. The creepiest part, my nightgown was sliced open and still hanging off my body. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences, but never anything like this. I'm beyond frightened. Was I raped by an incubus? Was this sleep paralysis? Was it the old hag? What kind of creature did I see? Needless to say, I won't be getting much sleep anymore. I'm too afraid of what might happen next. My mother predicted September 11th, but she didn't realize it until after it happened. My mother dreamed about September 11th a few days, maybe a week, give or take, before it happened. She said she had a dream, and in her dream, she was watching two really tall buildings burn. She said that she could see and hear people screaming for help. She said it felt so real that she could feel the heat from the fires. She said that she saw both buildings collapse. She saw all those people being buried under the debris. She told us this because she wanted my sisters to not go into the office. My two sisters, both attorneys, worked at the Daily Center back in downtown Chicago. My mother assumed it was a premonition about my sisters. They took the day off, and when nothing happened that day, they went back to work the next day. We all forgot about Mom's dream. A few days later, September 11th happened. My grandmother had premonitions too. She dreamed that her oldest son, my uncle, would be shot. She told him to go straight to school that day. Don't stop for anything. Come straight home. He didn't listen. He stopped at a friend's house, who had just gotten into his dad's gun cabinet. His friend started playing with the shotgun. He assumed it was empty and it went off. Blew my uncle's leg almost completely off. He had to get 9 pins in his leg and knee to reattach it. To this day, he still can't bend his leg. He walks like he's got a pirate's peg leg. As far as I know, nobody else in my family has this ability. Or if they do, they've never shared any stories. work at an escape room, and I always feel on edge when I work there alone. As the title says, I'm a game master at an escape room. We have 5 rooms, and the place itself takes up 2 storefronts and a small shopping center. So generally, it's not very big. The neighborhood is pretty safe. There's never been an incident near the area. However, being there alone gives me the heebie-jeebies for reasons I can't explain. It's not even driving there or pulling into the parking lot that I start to get scared. It's actually walking inside. My chest gets tight, and my whole body just fills with this undeniable sense of dread, like my brain is telling me something bad is going to happen. The feeling goes away almost entirely as soon as I walk out the door. The only place I feel remotely at ease is in the employee area, where I have camera views of the whole place. I feel totally fine coming and going from that area if other people are present. But as soon as I'm alone, I can't walk out of the employee area without having what I think are some sort of heart palpitations. When I'm the only person there during the day, the only sound that really travels through the place is the sound of the AC. Even with that bit of white noise, I still feel a sense of looming heavy silence. If I'm ever in a position of deafening silence like that, I usually try to play music or watch YouTube videos to distract myself from it. It almost always does the trick. However, here, no matter how loud I blast music or anything of the sort, that feeling that comes with the silence never goes. It still feels ominous. That's literally the best way I can explain it. I apologize if that doesn't make much sense. The piece de la resistance comes down to when I reset rooms. I'm always even more on edge when I have to go into any of the escape rooms to put them back together. However, it's the most prominent when I have to reset one of our horror-themed rooms. There's nothing strikingly scary about it, in my opinion, save for a lot of creepy photos and writings on the wall. The ambience is meant to be spooky, but it's nothing compared to what I've seen at Halloween Horror Nights, or even other similar scary-themed rooms. I'm a nervous sweater, and any time I have to reset the room alone, I break into a cold, nervous sweat. Even if I was freezing just moments before because I'm also blasting the AC, I never cease to start this anxious sweating like a pig. It stops as soon as I walk out and head back to the employee area. But then I just go back to being standard nervous till I leave for the day. There's also a couple of smaller things, like at the end of the night, perpetually nervous about turning off the lights. I don't like the dark, but I'm normally okay shutting off lights and easily walking out of the darkened area. At work, I feel the need to flee the darkened area in haste as soon as the light shuts off. The dread I feel skyrockets as soon as the lights turn off. Once again, this feeling vanishes once I leave the place entirely. It also doesn't matter what time of day it is either. I used to think that I only felt this way because it was nighttime. I used to only work nights. But even when I started working during the day, I always felt exactly the same, which indicates the source of my fear is not what's happening outside, but what's inside. Thing is, I don't know what that inside thing is. That one spooky room definitely contributes, but it doesn't explain why I feel the way I feel even when I'm not inside and resetting it. Is there a chance this could maybe chalked up to something paranormal Is there a chance I'm just a fraidy cat blowing it all out of proportion? I don't know. I should also mention that one of my coworkers dabbles in some witchcraft and believes there's something off about the place. Maybe what she said has some sort of placebo effect on me. My skeptic boyfriend, who also works there, has also said a few times that the place might be haunted. However, I would chalk that up to him joking. Take that with a grain of salt. I know things are very rarely actually hauntings too, but he concedes that the one spooky room is indeed spookier in feel than it probably should be, which is something. Not a lot, but something. I fucked up. A Ouija board experience. Last night, my two friends and I got out a Ouija board. We wanted to talk to a ghost that's lived in our hall for a while. Weird shit is always happening. People hearing their names being whispered in the middle of the night. Bathroom stalls being locked by themselves. People waking up at 3 a.m., literally feeling like someone was sitting on their chests. Like the weirdest things. So we decide to talk to this ghost we randomly named as Dolores. We read all of the rules and started asking if she was with us. After a couple of minutes, the planchette moved to yes. But right before we asked her a question, it immediately said goodbye. We gave it some time, and then we did it again. I know, I did this to myself. When she told us that she was with us, we asked what her name was. It spelled out something along the lines of VOPF. VOPF. But it wasn't anything we could understand. The energy from the board was really bad, so I asked if she was upset about something. When I asked what it was, she went to S followed by U. My friend asked if she was going to say suicide, and it went to yes. Obviously, it shocked us all. So when we were telling her how sorry we were, it spelled out SOS. I asked if there was anything we could do to get her closure. It said yes. But when we asked what we could do, spelling out gibberish again. We started over and over and asked again. It spelt KWS. My friend asked if she meant to say KYS, and it tried to move quickly to yes. I didn't want it to say yes, so I forced it over to goodbye. But I'm not kidding when I said that planchette was literally moving against me when I flipped it. We stopped, did some research to see if we could figure out if somebody had killed themselves in our hall, in our dorm, or something. But all we could find was a girl that killed herself in May. And I'll call her Allison for privacy. So we started again. Once she signals to us that she's with us, we ask if it's Allison. It says yes. We ask the year too to be safe. And after it says 2019, I asked if she had once lived in that dorm. And that's why she was with us. It said no. So I asked if it was her doing all the weird shit all semester. It said yes. So my dumbass felt comfortable with the fact that I thought we all knew who it was. So I asked what we could do to help her, get her closure. The planchette started, which I did not know at the time. It was doing a figure 8. It would start at B, swivel to the UVWXY part, then go back to the B. We were so focused on what it was spelling, we didn't notice the shape it was drawing. Since repeating letters is a horrible sign, We said goodbye, didn't contact it again. I may be overthinking the whole thing, but I know that 1, none of us were moving the board. 2, energy coming from it was really bad. And 3, we have no idea who we talked to last night. If you read this far, I'd really like to hear what you think of this. What could I do? And will I keep this updated in case anything's happened? Also, I know I definitely did a lot of things I shouldn't have. So let's move past my mistakes and see what I can do now. I'm questioning whether I made the right choice. I asked that quote-unquote thing that's been in my house for 17 years to show himself tonight. I'm questioning whether I made the correct choice. For context, my parents bought land when I was little. They built the house from the ground up. I moved there when the building was finished, and I'm the first owner that lives here with my parents. The weird things started from the beginning. The first weird thing was that I started hearing my mom or my grandmother calling my name. When I asked them why did they call me, they said that they haven't called me. The second thing was when I was alone. I sometimes heard knocking from my front door. There would be no one there, and me being the child, I would open it, look around to see who it was. The third thing was that I started getting nightmares constantly. So I started sleeping in my parents' room. The fourth thing was that I started getting chills randomly. All of those things started slowly going away as I got older. It then came back harder some years ago. Started waking up in the middle of the night. I would be sweating profusely, even in the winter where it gets to -10 to -20 degrees cold. And I started getting anxious when I was home alone, or when it was nighttime. The banging started again, but this time it was on the walls too. We even started hearing them in the sauna, the washing room. My parents thought that it was mice or some rodents. I started hearing shuffling and creaking, even in the day. But the 2 years now have been unbearable. I've started seeing things in the corner of my eye when I would move around the house in the day, but when I look back, I won't see nothing unusual. I started noticing that some doors would be slightly opened, even though no one's gone there that day, such as the sauna and the bathroom. It even started happening with my closet. These all could be a coincidence, right? But I can't explain or rationalize these next events. I woke up one morning at 2 or 3 a.m., up with a sweat, like usual, but this time I couldn't go to sleep even though I was sleepy. I started getting anxious and scared for no reason, and I noticed that there was no sound outside. Usually at this time of year, the middle of summer, I would hear some birds or crickets, but I didn't. I didn't hear anything except a light scratching sound. I was at the second floor with my window fully open. So I laid there until 6 a.m. I went to the gym with my dad. The second thing was that I live alone with my dad this September. We were upstairs playing on our computer when suddenly I heard our front door open and someone walking around. My dad heard it too. He went to check it out because usually when my mother comes home, she always says hello. We both went down and looked over at the house to find no one. The third one was 2 days ago. I was going to bed at 1 a.m. and I was tucking myself in. I pulled my legs up to let the blanket go down around my legs. I started doing that as a child. I felt someone holding on to the right corner of my blanket, not letting go. I panicked, looked at my right side to see nothing. That bed is 2 meters by 1.6 meters, and the blanket is 1.7 meters by 1.4. So like I said, I asked that thing to show himself today, so that I know if it's all a coincidence or not. But I'm starting to doubt myself because after I said that, my heart randomly dropped. I don't know the reason. Something called my name in the mountains. Back in 2021, my family took a trip to Lake Sanitla in North Carolina. A beautiful lake that's rich in Native American history and surrounded by mountain trails. We decided to go to one of these trails on an overcast day. I am not an athletic person, and I do suffer from asthma, so I was behind the rest of my family by myself. About almost halfway through the hike, I heard my sister yell my birth name, but it sounded like it was off the trail. She never calls me by my real name, just my nickname. I've had it since I was a baby. It sounded like she was scared, so I was very tempted to run off and find her. But I knew my sister wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go off the trail even in case of an emergency. I quickly caught up to the rest of my family. My sister was there with them, resting on some rocks next to a waterfall, chatting away and taking pictures. I asked my sister if she had called my name. She didn't know what I was talking about. She'd been talking to her dad the whole time. I don't know what called my name that day, but I'm glad I didn't listen to it. Who knows what would have happened to me? Haven't been to that trail since this encounter. I don't have a clue what called my name. If you're educated on Appalachian folklore, please give me some insight on what happened to me. My family's been haunted by what we think are the same spirit or entities for years. It comes and goes. Sometimes it's quiet for a long period of time. Months go by, nothing happens. And then as soon as we think it'd be gone for good, something happens again. It's back again, whatever it is. It's definitely presenting itself more often. Whether it be moving chairs, knocking on doors, or slamming them closed. Footsteps, voices, and even things we see, sometimes things in our peripheral vision. It's noticeably all back. And since we've lived with these experiences for maybe over 10 years, it still gives us an uneasy feeling. My younger sister, 22 years, was usually the target. She became severely depressed, anxious, and reserved. But now I'm scared that it's me. My mental health has been pretty good over the last year, with great improvement. But suddenly I feel like the life is being sucked out of me since these occurrences have started up again. We've had our houses over a year blessed 2 times. We sage the house every now and then, but whatever's lurking always seems to come back. They present in our dreams and in our nightmares. It follows us when we leave the house. I don't really know what to do with it, as it comes and goes as it pleases. So far, nothing violent's happened, and sometimes people in my family have seen apparitions that don't give off bad energy. So I'm wondering if there are multiple spirits with us. We are a family with close ties to the spiritual realm after all, with our ancestors carrying the gift of feeling and seeing these energies and entities. I'm just worried whatever's with us right now is bad, because it certainly doesn't feel good. Thinking about trying to talk to the spirits in my house. Wanted to know the consensus on whether I should or should just ignore them. My family and I lived in the same house for the past 25 years. Activity started pretty much immediately. It's continued off and on the entire time. I believe there are several different spirits that share our home, and for the most part, they're benevolent. One feels mostly mischievous and curious. There's an old man that feels spirited and angry, but he's never been aggressive or violent. Last night our stove just magically, that's the only way I know how to put it because I can't explain it any other way, it magically showed damage to the frame in the push pad where you set the timer. It honestly looks like it was punched because the push pad is pushed into the back wall and the metal is bowed up and pushed out the back. My husband, myself, my son, my oldest daughter, and youngest daughter, we were the only ones here that could have done it. I can pretty safely say my youngest, who's 7, likely isn't responsible. Our house is relatively small, being only about 1,300 square feet. So I feel like even in my bedroom I would have heard the punch or the hit. At least one that would take to do that much damage. No one heard anything. We all just came out and it was like that. I'd used it for several hours prior, and know it for sure wasn't like that. Everyone swore they didn't do it, and honestly, I believe them, because we struggle so much financially as it is. Can't imagine any of them messing up our already second-hand stove we barely got as it is. My son is 17, my daughter's 22. It would just be super out of character for either of them. Also, I should mention, last week in the same day our microwave and coffee pot quit working. I just chalked it up to the age of the devices. Bought both of them brand new within the last 2 years. I've always declared out loud that I wanted my peace and privacy, that they didn't have to leave, but that my family needed to be respected. It's never backlashed on me that I know of, and in light of the recent revamped up activity, I wondered if I should try to make actual contact and see if it helps any. There's so many things that happen so frequently, I can't help but wonder what would happen. My husband says leave it be, hates to even talk about it. Will I make it worse? Or is there a respectful way about talking with them? We've cleansed lots of ways. Salt, sage, sweetgrass, copper. Sometimes it calms things for a while, but not for too long. Finally had an interesting Ouija experience. I've played with Ouija boards numerous times. I'd played with different friend groups. Nothing interesting happened. We'd either get no response or it'd spell out random things. This past Thanksgiving, a friend came over, and after eating dinner he wanted to give the Ouija board thing a try. Just a quick note about us for background context. My friend is an ex-Mormon who doesn't believe in the paranormal. And although I'm open to the idea of paranormal phenomena, I've yet to personally experience anything that I'd truly find to be convincing. Before beginning, we set our intentions to speak with positive spirits only, and we agreed not to do anything obnoxious or weird, like making fun of the board or spirits, or asking questions that we shouldn't. When will I die? How will I die? Things like that. To my surprise, the planchette began moving shortly after we asked our first question, and the connection seemed consistent from there. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. Among an array of questions, we asked questions about the individual we were communicating with. We also asked questions about ourselves that we knew the other person wouldn't know, and the board answered accurately. We were trying to think of some more questions when it started spelling out HELLPME. I know this sounds so cliche. If I ever write horror stories, I'm absolutely using this in the plot. It's something I couldn't even think to, even if I tried. The chill environment became a bit eerie following this. We asked with slight apprehension, "How can we help you?" It responded, QUIT. My friend looked genuinely nervous. I felt on edge as well. We agreed to listen to the response, but after we asked a final question, we asked if it could share why it wanted us to quit. The first letters were S and H, and I assumed it was going to tell us to shut up. But instead of going to the U, it ended up spelling SHATAN. My friend looked confused, and I asked her if she knew what the word meant. She said she didn't speak, or at least didn't speak Arabic. I told her it could mean Satan in Arabic and explained that it's a classification of jinn in Islam. If the board meant Satan, as the pitchfork dude, then we both already knew what that would mean. Either way, it wasn't good. We kept up our promise to stop after that question. We made sure to thank the spirit for talking to us. We said goodbye before closing the session. We know about the ideomotor effect and or explanations about connecting with the subconscious. But I think it was particularly eerie that 1, it started responding as we tried to think of more questions. 2, we both thought the board would spell shut up, but it went to the SH, but instead it spelled out shaitan. All in all, it was an interesting experience, but perhaps superstitiously, I almost feel like it was a warning to not keep messing with the Ouija, provided that it truly was something supernatural, and not the ideomotor stuff. Visited in the night and intentionally woken up. 2 weekends ago, I had visitors in my bedroom. I was sleeping when I felt someone's hand pressing on my butt, left cheek specifically. Thought it was one of my kids coming into the bed. So I shooed it away, lifted my blanket up so whatever could crawl in with me. Then a hand pressed real firm on the same left cheek, like it wanted my attention right at that moment, you know? I got up on one elbow. No kid in the bed. Doors closed. So I'm looking around like, what the? Then there, right at the foot of the bed, standing 4 feet tall, unmistakable silhouette. Large head, small body, just right there. I sat straight up. When I did, the other one moved. It was right next to me, looking over me. I didn't notice it when I first turned around, but when I sat up, it moved away and up and away from me, like it had been hunched over me. Its face right next to mine. It had to be 7 feet tall. Tall and thin, but its head was kind of proportionate to its body. It was dark, so I couldn't see features, just movement and shape. they didn't look solid, like they had this swirling liquid smoke moving across their bodies. I think they were partially cloaking themselves. It looked like in between the liquid smoke there was nothing, like little swirling liquid windows. I could see the wall and the carpet and the dresser through them. So I'm sitting straight up looking at the small one. I wasn't scared, but my senses were all the way up. I think fear might have been trying to creep up, and I didn't want to ruin whatever this moment was about to be. I said, "Are you really here?" in my normal daytime volume voice. It slowly started to move backwards. I saw that and lurched toward it as fast as I could and stretched my arms out wildly, grabbing to where it was, but I missed it. I watched it phase out of sight, both of them. The whole experience lasted mere seconds. They woke me up. They wanted me to see them, to know that they were there. Honestly, I feel like it was a gift. It was an absolutely remarkable experience, and I hope they showed themselves again. I believe I experienced a residual haunting while working at the refinery. I work at an oil refinery in a chemical plant. It's in the southern U.S. I'm not going to give out the company's name for obvious reasons. I work primarily around the rail yard, but we do handle business throughout the whole eastern portion of the plant. About a month ago, I won't give you the exact date as you would probably be able to find my place of work. I had completed my work for the night and had taken the company truck to part of the refinery that was more likely to go unnoticed by my supervisor, should they be driving around anyhow. This has been my go-to hiding spot from the boss. I would sleep away the remainder of my shift for the past 2 years or so I worked here. This part of the refinery, where there's been a relatively localized explosion that tragically took the life of a woman who had been employed directly by the owners of the refinery for about 5 years. She was attempting to fire up burners to restore power to the refinery. This was during an emergency power outage. This took place exactly 10 years before, on the same day and around about the same time in the morning. The area of the plant where this happened is still taped off and shut down to this day. On this night while sitting in the truck, it had begun to rain very heavily. We'd been in a relatively severe drought for the past several months, so the poor weather was welcomed by all, especially with the notice that the plant had sent over the radio stating that there was lightning in the area and to stop work and to find the nearest substantial shelter. I was watching a movie on my phone, finding it hard to stay awake with the sound of heavy rain on the roof of the truck. Sometime in the very early morning hours, though I can't be exactly sure of the time, I was awoken from my half-sleep by a huge orange glow. It completely engulfed me. It was so intense I couldn't open my eyes past a squint due to the brightness. I could only describe it as being very similar to staring directly into the sun. I immediately recognized that I was in the middle of an explosion. However, there was absolutely no sound, no heat, and no fear. For a moment I questioned if I was still alive. But as the orange glow died down, I saw a woman. She was completely engulfed in flames, running for about 5 or 6 steps before falling to the ground. Since that day 10 years ago, there have been a number of pipes installed that run horizontally just above the ground floor of the furnace, and it was meant to be bypassing it. She ran straight through them. She ran straight through them like they weren't even there. Then, just as soon as I saw it, it was all gone. The fire was gone, she was gone, The whole space was just as empty as before. I was back to sitting alone in a truck, listening to the rain. I obviously couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I, like everybody else at the plant, was familiar with what had happened on that day, and I knew exactly what I had just witnessed. I couldn't just wrap my head around how I had witnessed an event that happened a full decade in the past. I drove back to our shop where I promptly clocked out, went out to my personal truck. I sat there for at least half of an hour trying to come to terms with what I had just witnessed. After the initial shock wore off, I felt very indifferent about it. It didn't freak me out or anything. What I saw was just very matter-of-fact to me. Even still, though, I kept the story to myself. I figured there was very little benefit to telling anyone, and even like this is obviously hard to forget, especially in the only 3 or so weeks since it happened. But I've tried not to dwell on it too much, because I know I will drive myself crazy trying to comprehend exactly why I was somehow able to witness such a well-known and tragic event from 10 years in the past. Last night, it happened again. We have a very small loading truck. It's a loading truck rack, and it sits on the back of the rail yard. It hasn't been manned or used in years. Last night, the weather was very foggy, to the point you could only see lights from the refinery for about 100 yards. You could only see objects for maybe 25. I was driving the work truck down the storage tank that we have, talking on the phone to my wife about the trip that she had taken. She went to visit her mom the next day over. As I turned the corner near the rack, my phone dropped the call. Didn't think too much of it because service can be spotty in parts of the refinery, although this area is usually having a pretty strong signal. Nevertheless, I figured I would just call her back after I arrived at my destination. I happened to look to my left to glance at the rack. I never had the opportunity to use it, and they had different equipment than I'm used to using. So I often look at it when I pass by and attempt to picture how it all worked. It sits about 30 feet from the road, so it's close enough that I was able to still make out details pretty well. As I looked over, I saw 2 men up there. They were wearing the old company uniform and seemed to be hooking up a large white rail car. These white cars are uncommon in our yard, but not unheard of. However, if we had one staged in this area, there's absolutely no way I would not know about it, nor is there any way I would have not seen it, or any of the other 10 or so times I'd passed that area during the day. I could make out their faces well enough to know that neither of the men were anyone that currently works here. I also noticed the rack didn't look nearly as rusty and neglected as it usually does. It still had paint on it. It didn't look overgrown or abandoned at all. That being said, everything was a little blurry. Like instead of being in the fog, it was more like perhaps they were the fog, like they were part of it. Then as I reached the next turn, they were gone. The people were gone, the large white car was gone, and the rack was back to its rusty normal self. Interestingly, the fog started clearing very shortly after this, although I can't say that they were really connected. Once again, this took a minute to process, but I wasn't freaked out at all. I actually just thought it was really cool that I got to witness this slip 2 times now. I asked a coworker that's been here nearly as long as I've been alive when this uniform changed. He said it was sometime during 2015. I didn't know if I also saw them 10 years in the past, or if this was a different, more random amount of time. Our company's been here since the 60s, so there's really no telling. Both events seemed to move slower than normal time. Not slow motion, just a little slower than normal. I don't know if this was actually time moving slower or if my brain was just taking longer to process what I was seeing. These are the only times in my life that I've ever experienced anything like this. I don't know if it has something to do with the plant, the area, or me. I will say, the city where this took place is where one of the most well-documented UFO sightings and abductions took place. Maybe this is just a place where odd things happen. Sorry if my thoughts seem jumbled. Reliving this while typing it's proven to make it difficult to keep my mind on track. I would love to hear anyone else that's had a similar experience to this. I plan to post a couple other relevant subs, as I'm really desperate to know that I'm not the only one that's seen something like it. I think something is attached to my boyfriend. Hello all. So, quick backstory. I recently moved in with my boyfriend in the basement apartment of his parents' house. I've always felt comfortable down there, until I moved in. Now, I don't like being alone in the basement. I always feel like something is watching me wherever I go. I've noticed when my boyfriend is having a rough mental day or is upset about something, activity seems to pick up, as if it's feeding off of it. Several times I've heard sounds of something pacing in the hallway between her bedroom and my craft room. I'd get out of bed, open the door, and see nothing and neither of our dogs in the basement. One evening I was alone in her bedroom. This was after my boyfriend and I had a serious talk about him finding a new job. He decided to go for a walk to blow off steam. I was alone in her room. About 10 minutes of him leaving the house, music started playing through her speakers by itself. When my boyfriend came back, I asked if he was trying to mess with me by turning the music on via Bluetooth on his phone. He gave me a weird look, said he was about several blocks away from the house, would have had to been able to do it even if he tried. When I'm in the shower by myself, I hear sounds of the door handle rattling or knocking inside the bathroom. I'd roll my eyes and open the shower door to see if it's my boyfriend trying to join me, or maybe just wanting attention. I'd be alone in the room and would always confirm if he had not come in or out of the bathroom while I was in there. Most times it would be around 4 or 5 a.m. when I'm getting ready for work. The most recent occurrence happened the other night. He was very upset. Couldn't figure out why he was so upset and why he couldn't stop crying. He was a complete mess and decided to drink, which in my opinion made it worse for him. That's a different story. He was very drunk, upset and loud. I tried to support him, but reached a point where I would only get about 3 hours of sleep before work. And where I am, with the only one working out of us, I needed to be at least, functioning performance, so I don't lose my job. So I decided to go to sleep on the couch, give him some space. I had reached that phase of sleep where you're so close but also aware of your surroundings. That's when I heard something race down the stairs loudly. In my mind, I thought it was our bigger dog coming down the stairs to sleep on the couch, which is where he usually is asleep. However, shortly after the sounds, I felt an ice-cold air against my face. It felt like it was prickling my skin. I heard the loudest menacing and terrifying growl I'd ever heard in my life. It was right in my ear. I immediately shot up, looked around the room. I was completely alone. None of our dogs were in the basement. Am I dealing with something evil? Not even sure how to go about it, or how to even mention any of this to my boyfriend without feeling like I'm sounding crazy. I'm so uncomfortable. I try to avoid being alone altogether. Advice? Thoughts? See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we bring you first-hand accounts of paranormal activity. Drop a comment, hit that notification bell. I hope you're as excited about the unknown as we are. My father predicted his death. I hope you don't find me insensitive, because I believe I just had a paranormal experience. About a year ago, my father mentioned a vision that he had. He said he could see himself lying in the morgue, and he somehow knew that the vision would come true within a year or so. At the time, I didn't put too much thought into it, because my dad often had vision nightmares, and sometimes he had trouble differentiating reality from imagination. Anyway, during the past few weeks, his health deteriorated very quickly. It was obvious that he wouldn't live, maybe another few years. Then, one day, he came out of the bathroom, white as a ghost, and he said, "My face in the mirror is the same face I saw in my vision. Exactly the same features, even the hair length." My sister joked that maybe he cut his hair and cheat death, but an ominous feeling resided in the room nonetheless. He was dead serious. Anyway, last night was the worst I've ever seen him. Seriously, he went from being quote-unquote normal in the morning to being inches away from death at night. He couldn't sit up, he couldn't speak, and his legs were all swollen. He died in his sleep, and an ambulance took him away in the morning. Today's been a roller coaster of emotions, but ultimately, I'm glad that he's finally at peace. It really feels like he lived just long enough to see me and my sister grow up. And in another year, he would have been alone with my mother in an empty house. Something I know he couldn't live with. He's very family-oriented. I'll never know whether his vision was real or coincidence, but it really makes me wonder about the mysteries of life. There must be more to this world that we don't know about. May never know about until the next life. In any case, I'm sure my father's up there, pain-free and moving around without the use of a wheelchair. Paranormal occurrences in Appalachia. Located also on Native American territory. All of this occurred at my parents' home. This is the home that they currently live in. When I was 10, we moved to our small town to a property in the country. This property had documented having a late 1800s farmhouse that had been torn down quite a while ago. Never knew the date. It's a nice flat property that is one farm field away from the banks. That's the Ohio River, and the other side is woods, and an area at the top of the woods that has an Indian mound. The entire area was once Native American territory. One of my main hobbies growing up was walking along the water of the Ohio River and finding arrowheads with my family. We have a collection in a glass box at home. The first experience was my own, alongside my brother and sister. We had been living on the property for about 5 years at that point. No other occurrences before. It was summertime. My parents were at work. We had chores to do throughout the day, and it was midday that we all agreed to do the dishes together. My brother made sure to turn off the TV in the living room, beside the kitchen, so this way we wouldn't get distracted. We can get it done quicker. While we engaged in the dishes, my brother, super goofy, was singing random songs, and eventually said, "You know, Green Sleeves is actually a really good song, and it has the same tune as What Child Is This?" Then we all just started singing what we knew of Green Sleeves. We finished the chorus and all stopped singing, but immediately after we stopped, there was a whistle that continued the exact same melody of the chorus. It lasted for about 5 seconds before suddenly trailing off quietly. We had stared at each other, at least while it happened, and my brother is the only one of us who could whistle. He and my sister immediately went to check by the passerby outside, but saw nothing. We have no close neighbors, and if someone were walking by, they'd still be fully visible. I was having a panic attack from fear. We all did a thorough check inside the house, but found nothing. Is a spirit or a ghost trying to latch onto me? Some background. I'm 14 years and struggling with my mental health. I live in a 100-year-old 2-story home. I live upstairs by myself. My parents and younger brother are downstairs. I've always seen shadow figures, but after I moved in around 2 years ago, it increased there. The past month or so, my mental health got worse, and I've been off and on. A few different medications too, and at one point I was only taking a low dose of the meds that I'd taken for over a year. During this time, the shadow figures and random noises had gotten worse to the point where I started sleeping downstairs on the couch. I eventually moved back upstairs after starting 2 new meds, and I wasn't seeing or hearing any noises. As soon as I moved back upstairs, however, I had a pit-like feeling in my stomach. I've been sleeping up there, but it feels like something is watching me. I don't think much of it until I started hearing the sounds again, like people talking at night. Everything just seemed to go down from there. Every time I was in my house, I had a sense of dread. One day when I was looking for my shirt, I was listening to music. I saw a flash of a hand reach out, place my shirt out from underneath there. I first thought it was my rabbit or something, but I don't know how he could get out that fast. Set it there. He's a rabbit. I ended up brushing it off and just saying that I was seeing stuff. The next day I was putting up my clothes and listening to music again. This is when I felt something grab at the bottom of my pants. I made sure my rabbit was up and my dog was too. I didn't have my dog and my rabbit. They were sleeping. Haven't found an explanation for the second encounter. With everything added up, I don't know what to think. I'd like to know some of your all's opinions. Do I have a strong intuition, or am I psychic? This all started when I was young. I woke up one morning on a school day, instantly knew that something bad happened. My parents hadn't woke me up for school. I went into the kitchen. My mother told me what happened to my grandma. She was found dead inside her home. I was too young to understand what happened to her, but I knew it wasn't a good one. I visited Colorado. I did this with my childhood best friend when we were in elementary school. This was back in 2008. We visited the famous Stanley Hotel. This was the hotel that was the inspiration for The Shining. While touring the hotel, I entered a room on one of the upper levels. The door windows blew open and the door slammed shut. An adult male that was with me ran out screaming. This same childhood friend lived in an old house. It was once a one-room schoolhouse. We were watching the premiere of High School Musical in the living room and then fell asleep on the floor. I woke up to a green glow in the distance. I looked and there was a small child at the top of the stairs. So scared I shut my eyes, but every time I opened them, he was closer. I ended up yelling my friend's name, waking her up when she was standing over. But when she woke up, he was gone. A few weeks later, I told her parents what I saw. Her parents told me that they also experienced something very similar after I told them my story. I also used to see shadows in the attic and the basement. I found out recently that 3 people were murdered and buried on the property. That house burned down in the middle of the night. There was also an elderly male that visited the house and talked about how his son and him lived at the house. His son passed away. Not at the house, but his son was deceased. I have many other odd paranormal stories, but that's for another time. I've always been able to sense energy, though. Not just in a paranormal aspect, but humans too. I can sense a person's presence before I can hear or see them. I sometimes hear ringing in my ears, and maybe a heaviness over my head when it's a certain energy. The most recent thing that happened to me was last week. I'd told one of my coworkers that I was feeling very anxious and had a bad feeling. The next day, one of our coworkers was brutally murdered. I'm not claiming to be able to speak or see the dead, but I'm very confused on the way my senses work. I'm hoping there's anyone else out there who's had this happen to them as much as it has to me. I don't talk to my friends about it. I don't want to scare people or have them think I'm weird or faking it. Please help me by giving suggestions, because at this point, I'm feeling crazy. My ongoing and terrifying experience after leaving Haunted Goatman's Bridge in Denton, Texas. Hi. For reference, I'm a 24-year-old female. Okay, I'm going to start out by apologizing for not adding any photos or tangible proof or deep history lessons here. I'd appreciate it if you all couldn't accuse me of lying and being mentally ill, because this is 100% true. You must take me at my word, because this is still an ongoing experience in me, and I'm physically affected every day by ongoing nausea, especially when I look at the photos or talk about the history of this haunted place. I'm trying my best to avoid making matters worse. I feel a grueling resistance as I'm typing this. I'm fighting the nausea right at this moment, so I hope you can understand. Last Sunday was Father's Day. I was with my boyfriend, my mom, and my dad, sitting at the dinner table eating, when the topic of ghost hunting came up. My boyfriend, which we're going to call B, which the narrator is going to just call Barry, because he hates saying letters. I love this type of thing. Neither of us are particularly religious. We're a couple of open-minded, curious agnostics, so the idea that spirits could exist and possibly show themselves to us excites us very much. We had heard about this Goatman's Bridge from a couple sources: friends, Ghost Adventures TV shows, and other articles online. We also live relatively close to the location. please look up the history yourself. Just Google Goatman's Bridge, Denton history. I will tell you, it is KKK-related gruesome violence leading to the death of a successful African American that lived nearby. Every time I read about it now, I feel like I'm going to puke. So anyways, we decided to go. My dad's never encountered a spirit before, and this place seemed to be a very popular spot for ghost hunting. We went at about 10 p.m., a prime time to explore the bridge and hike the trails with little interruption. The bridge at first was empty, seemed a bit spooky. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary there. We then hiked a couple of different trails nearby. The first one was completely fine, no activity. The second trail, we saw a pair of glowing eyes in the distance. When I shone my flashlight in that direction, we saw them. We all think it was a deer, though. Third trail. We come up to this very scary-looking graffiti-covered structure. It had words like, "We all die," and it had 2 pentagrams with letters and things like that. There were stars across the top of it with fake blood dripping from every one. And it also had a number of symbols and words that none of us or Google Lens could decipher. Although, we all did see my nickname, Jen, written, slightly hidden with another acronym. Forgot what it was, but I'm not going to look at the picture right now, sorry. Later, B had dug some more online, found out that the structure is actually an altar that had been used for animal sacrifices. It's still being used in rituals by a modern group called the Dark KKK. All in all, the most exciting part about this is to place itself with me tripping over a root and bruising my knee. Yeah, so kind of boring. The only paranormal activity that the 3 of us had witnessed was my dad expressing that he felt an unexplainable quick tap on his back a few yards from the altar. So now we go back to the bridge, and to our surprise, about 4 or 5 men, white in their early 20s, they were sitting on the spider-infested bridge smoking cigarettes and remaining unusually silent. I honestly don't know why anybody would hang out there at midnight, not have flashlights or anything. But hey, maybe they're just kind of weird. Who knows? I didn't have a very good feeling about them, though. As soon as I got in the car, I felt like I was going to puke. I wasn't sick from any illness. I'm not sick now either. At first, I believed it was, and is, a visceral reaction to the haunted place. Now, I know what it was, and it's something more. So when we got home, I was in immense pain, unspeakable, excruciating nausea. I went to go wash my hands in the bathroom. When I look at my reflection, I didn't recognize myself. I was looking into someone else's eyes. I met the gaze of someone violent, someone with immense hate. It was not my reflection, rather someone or something that was using my body to see through me. I know it sounds crazy, but it gets crazier. I apologize in some of these upcoming details. I was not in control of my body or mind at this time. My memory of this part is almost dreamlike. Barry could see that something had changed in me. He told me to lie down because the nausea was making me lightheaded and very dizzy. I remember Barry asking me a series of questions. I don't remember most, but I do remember saying that I'm not Jen. I remember how my hate-filled gaze felt resting on Barry's eyes. I remember my dog not coming over to me like she usually does. I remember telling Barry that I was unsure of whether he should stay or not, because I was afraid I would hurt him. Physically. I felt extremely violent, to the point that I was digging my nails into my hands as hard as I could. But I couldn't feel any pain. I remember wanting to break his hand when I was holding it. I remember fixating on a wall filled with very old photos of my ancestors and having a feeling that whatever's in me is trying to learn how to become me. I still think that last feeling I mentioned is lingering in me, even today. The next day I woke up, couldn't shake the thought that I had this new body. I tried doing things I don't normally do. I was testing my pleasures, my body, its limits. I think whatever took my body is mostly gone. It's a possibility that I may in fact be haunting my own psyche. But both Barry and I know that something took hold of me that night, and I'm paying for that every day now. By the way, I took pictures with my DSLR, some with flash, some without. In almost every photo, if you zoomed all the way in, you could see at least one red, strange-looking pixel lurking in different parts of the photo. I have absolutely no clue if this is a camera-related issue or not, but I become more physically ill the longer I look at them. Does anybody know if this is normal for taking raw night photos on a Canon Rebel T3i? The red dot showed up in both images with flash and without flash, so that means it was totally dark. So as you know, Barry did some more digging on Google after this whole thing. He actually found out that women typically had a stronger paranormal experience or reactions at Goatman's Bridge, and could be related to this evil spirit named Steve. I don't wish to say any more about that, so please feel free to look it up. Scientific proof of the afterlife. The law of conservation states energy cannot be created nor destroyed. I submit to you that the presence of an electrical current within the body also has to follow the law of conservation, in that it cannot be created or destroyed. It, in fact, has been present since the beginning of time, or even the past, that, and will always be present, never ending. We have enough understanding about the energy to know there is a positive, a negative, and a neutral. Consider for a moment this energy exists in and out of our dimension. We will call it dimensional wide energy. In this theory, this energy exists and affects us, but not on a level that can harm or be seen and barely measurable. But if you could see it outside of its normal environment, the form, color, size, and measurement would vary depending on the development, which is a result of knowledge gained in our dimension, and the type and size of the power output, more positive than negative output, as an example. This is the actual spirit each of us has, evident by the visual aura that we put out. Think of our bodies as a battery, storing energy constantly until our demise, when there's a release of that energy. That energy is then passed on to another, or even multiple bodies. Also, think of our bodies as a kind of antenna, receiving and transmitting energy back and forth throughout our lives, but always maintaining the same level, never dropping below the highest level produced in each other. To do so is to start the process of our bodies breaking down and passing away. In storing of the energy within ourselves, we have the ability to store the three types separate from each other. Those levels can fluctuate up and down considerably, which means you can at any given time have more stored up negative, positive, or neutral dimensional wide energy at any given time. And the one stored up the most directly affects our personalities at that time. For example, if you have more positive energy stored up in your body, this energy creates positive thinking or makes you do good things. Also, we transmit the positive energy to others around us. We can even submit emotions or a basis to prove the types of energies that we've stored up the most. The negative being anger, sadness, and despair. Positive being happy, love, and peacefulness. Neutral being calm, or the absence of any emotion. That, in this theory, is the essence of the energy stored. The energy directly relates to our emotions, in which transmits to others the energy we have stored. Death comes to all of us, but this energy has to abide by the law of conservation. So, what happens to it? Electricity is built in desire to reach the ground. Consider the law of gravity. Even though there's no measurable mass or weight to electricity, doesn't mean it doesn't have one. I submit that in fact, it does. By applying the law of gravity, we must assume when this energy leaves our body, it goes to the ground. Consider the Earth as one big recycling machine. We see this over and over, where the Earth uses anything that has died to produce new life. I propose the same can be said of the dimensional-wide energy. The Earth takes this energy and uses it to create new life. So where does this afterlife fit in all of this? Eventually, all life on Earth will end. This energy will still be present, though. This is where the dimensional-wide part of the theory comes in. Consider for a moment 3 separate dimensions, all existing within each other. The dimension of positive energy, the dimension of negative energy, and the dimension of neutral energy. We live in the neutral dimension, therefore all life starts with a neutral energy. It exists as neither a good or a bad life. We choose which energy that we want to absorb the most, and when we pass these energies separate into its respective dimension, heaven being the realm of positive energy and hell being the realm of negative energy. The reason these dimensions exist is because one cannot exist without the other. Just like in electronic devices, you need a positive and a negative output for it to work, with a neutral being the energy that transfers back and forth through it. In a way, we can say that when we die, we go to heaven and hell and stay right here. You may even be able to explain things paranormal with this theory. Ghost. Seeing the future, recalling a past life. These may all be a direct example of this antenna that we have, and being able to tap a specific wavelength of a specific energy to be able to do these things. Even the visual manifestation of a ghost could be a sort of a short circuit of the wiring, you could say. Whether all of this is true or not, it makes for a compelling story and something to debate. No matter what religious beliefs you may hold, there is one inviolable truth. Inviolable. We must all acknowledge it. There's a presence of an electrical current within our bodies, and that energy has to come and go somewhere. Whatever the truth may be, that much is certain. The real story behind Roswell. I don't know if this story fits here, but it's a story I've known all my life, and until now, I've never spoken about it. My grandfather not only knew it really crashed in Roswell on June 24th, 1947, but he had been chasing it for almost 5 years before it crashed. The craft wasn't a UFO, nor was it a weather balloon. It was something much more dangerous. It was a device constructed by the Nazis during World War II under the name Die Glocke. During 1942, my grandfather was stationed in London and was in the intelligence unit involved in collecting information on what the Nazis were doing. The American government at the time was very interested in gaining this intelligence for themselves, due to the implications most of it had on advancing weapons. Because of this work, many of the scientists defected to the United States, and programs were started with them that gave us things like nuclear technology and missile technology, rocket technology. During this period in the war, there was talk amongst these scientists about claims of technology that was like nothing else produced. Nothing else produced by any war machine in the history of the world. It was considered otherworldly and deemed Wunderwaffe technology. One device named the Bell was a culmination of different technologies put together to produce a device that could move at unrealistic speeds without any forces placed on the pilot inside. This couldn't be detected by any means at the time, including visual, and could travel through time. It had a power source that was radioactive and would be considered a miniature nuclear power plant that ran off plutonium, cesium, cerium, and thorium. If captured by enemy forces, the pilot could set this power plant to overload, causing a massive meltdown that in turn would cause an explosion that was more powerful than the Tsar Bomba developed by the USSR. It used this power source to manipulate the electromagnetic, gravitational, and photonic fields to form a quote-unquote bubble. This bubble surrounded the bell. Manipulating the bubble would allow the bell to move directionally and through time. It could travel to the past or future and return to the present, which was found out by accident during testing. It could also become completely invisible. During World War II, any technology found by these experiments the Nazis were doing was taken to a secret location, studied by our scientists, and the ones that defected here from Germany. Troops on the ground found remnants of where testing and construction of the bell were, but it was always cleaned of the technology they were using long before the troops would arrive. The bell was never recovered during World War II. Only hints of its existence were ever recovered along with traces of radiation. One of the tests ran by the Nazis later on was discovered to be the results of the exposure to the radiation the bell gave off, and was done on the prisoners of the Gross Rosen concentration camp. Here, troops found prisoners that had severe radiation poisoning, and most died from the illness. For several years, my grandfather chased the bell all over, from reports of sightings that extended all over the world. Then, in 1947, due to the pilot becoming sick from radiation exposure, it crashed in Roswell, New Mexico. When the soldiers moved into the area, they found the bell still active, but malfunctioning due to the crash. And the pilot that was ejected by the crash. He lived for 8 hours after the crash before passing from injuries and severe radiation sickness. The craft was moving to a location that was far enough away from civilization that, if it exploded, it wouldn't cause a nuclear fallout, and wouldn't harm any person except those involved in the location. The pilot was reported to be confused as to where he was. He seemed to believe it was 1944 and he was in Germany. From the vague accounts the intelligence agency was able to collect from the pilot before death, he explained that they received orders to move the Bell because they knew soldiers from the Allied forces would be capturing the base in the next few weeks. The Bell wasn't just moved to another location, but it was moved to a different time to test the capabilities of time travel. The pilot was ordered to move the craft 2 days into the future and to secure a location farther from the front lines. But when he did, the area had been bombed, and because it materialized in the debris, the craft became unstable and uncontrollable. Then it performed what the pilot called a bounce, propelling it into the future where he crashed in New Mexico 3 years later. No other information was obtained from the pilot after that initial interview. His speech became harder to understand, garbled and gibberish. Muffled gargling was all he could produce before passing away. It was apparent that the Bell was still malfunctioning more and more, with reports that it would phase in and out, move in the bunker it was being held at. It would move so fast it seemed to be in multiple places at once. Then it simply and slowly started fading out of existence. It was held in the facility for a total of 29 days. Nothing was ever learned about the device. Because it was so unstable, nobody could get close to it. The only time anybody was able to physically touch it was the time shortly after the crash when it seemed most of the systems were not functioning. My grandfather said there's only one piece of the craft in existence that he knows of. A piece that was about 1 foot in length and about 6 inches wide, made of gold alloy over steel that was melded together by a massive amount of radiation it was exposed to. He said that when they used a piece of equipment to pick it up, it vibrated so much the equipment would drop it. Yet, when held in your hand, it was calm. Although we didn't learn anything about the Bell, except bits and pieces that we were able to get from intelligence reports, the Bell sparked many experiments by the government in stealth, nuclear, and even time travel technologies. The extent they've taken this research and development to my grandfather's knowledge wasn't known. But he said the possibilities what they could accomplish with it was endless, and, in the wrong hands, would be dangerous to the world. He believed up to his death that a lot of the sightings of UFOs were in fact the Bell rematerializing in different locations. Or maybe a recreation of the Bell the United States was able to create from research. He told me how much the intelligence they gathered and the research that followed has given this world so much technology it was hard to keep up with. He died before we had cell phones, internet, or a lot of the technology that we have today. I often wonder how much we gained from the Bell, and how much we don't know that we gained yet. I'm sure we have gained much more than I can imagine, and then some. One thing is for sure, whether you believe my grandfather or not, we made such an advancement in technology after World War II, it can't be explained. And the mysteries of some of the research done during that time by all nations still spark interest. If only it was in the hands of the right people. Ask Reddit. When I was 18, I was scrolling through Tumblr on my phone at 2 a.m., giggling to myself, since I shared a room with my brother. Then I hear a male voice down the aisle. It sounded like it was going toward the kitchen. It sounded like grumbling, like an angry kind of grumble. So I instantly assumed it was my grouch of a dad. I felt a strange pressure on my chest. Then the sounds get louder and louder. Then suddenly the door to my parents' bedroom opens. And since it's an old door, it's pretty much falling apart. It makes a popping sound when it opens. The sounds stop. Then I hear my dad go, "Who's there?" He opened my door and I pretended to be asleep so he didn't give me shit for being awake so late. He closed the door, went back to sleep. Next morning, my mom asked me to put away the cereal if I got hungry and ate at night. When he asked me why, she told me that my dad was angry because he found cereal on the floor, and what looked like crushed cereal, like someone stepped on it and just walked away. I got the chills down my spine, told her what I heard at night. That ends abruptly. The following words are she and the. So I'm going to just end it with, I got chills down my spine and told her what I heard at night. Random puddle of water appeared on my desk. Something really strange happened 2 days ago. I woke up that morning just to find random water spilled on a desk I only used to store stuff on. My first reaction was that a leak had happened, but after checking the ceiling, it was clear no leak had indeed happened. I must add that for some strange reason the water touched the edge of the desk but didn't fall onto the floor. The puddle was about the size of a large glass of water. I know for a fact that I didn't drop that water. I don't even use that desk. One last thing that makes it creepier is that the night before I ran out of power and spent multiple hours with candles lit up. Did I invite some sort of entity? What kind of glitch in the matrix happened here? To be clear, I live in this apartment for a little over a year. Never had any clear evidence that my place might be haunted, aside from minor things, who often I found an explanation for. My landlord, which is my grandpa, had no respect to my privacy and often comes into my apartment when I'm at work and opens doors, windows, and moves stuff around. Up to today, I always blamed him for these things. But what if he wasn't all to blame? The ghost in my house, and the first time I ever felt true fear. Still traumatized. So this is an experience from when I was 7. When I was little, whenever my dad went out of town for a business trip, I'd sleep in my parents' bed with my mom. This was one of those nights. Sometime in the middle of the night, my mom woke me up saying that she heard someone was in the house. Note, it was just us two and my dog. I listened and I could hear a door slamming shut, opening and slamming shut again. The weird part was it sounded like it was the same door over and over again. My mom called 911. This is when I silently cried in fear under the covers. I'd never felt such fear, and it was the first time in my life that I'd been completely overwhelmed with panic. I also heard my dog going crazy out in the hallway. She was whimpering, and I could hear her collar jingle as she was running. I couldn't tell if she was running from something or chasing something. When the police arrived, the noises stopped. They searched the house, but found nothing. As soon as they left, me and my mom tried to go to sleep, but the door opening and closing started up again. My mom said she didn't want to call the police again, so I cried myself to sleep that night. When I woke up in the morning, it had stopped. There was nothing out of place, no open doors or open windows. My mom doesn't like to talk about that night. For years after that day, I'd check closets and under the bed and everywhere somebody might be hiding. Whenever I walk into a room, especially. To this day, I can't sleep somewhere if a door isn't locked. I'm 18 now, and I can never forget that night. I've always been angry at my mom for waking me up to experience the whole thing. Could have slept through it, completely avoided the trauma. I also can't help but wonder what would have happened if I'd slept in my own room that night. I grew up in a haunted house. My new apartment is even more haunted. I grew up in a home for 21 years. It was pretty haunted. Many unexplainable phenomena, such as footsteps from something other than a living, phantom smells, objects being thrown, items disappearing completely. They were never found, even after gutting the place before moving. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal since I was a little girl. I even truly believe I've had evil entities enter my dreams. I had a truly evil and disturbingly gory one when I was only 7 years old. This is before I was even allowed to be influenced with such things like violent movies and TV. Well, a couple of years ago, I moved to a basement apartment complex. If you follow paranormal stuff, you'll know basements are notorious for activity. Since I moved here, I've had poltergeist activity. I've seen with my own eyes one, and I've been woken up to an unknown female voice saying, "Hey," directly in my ear. So clear it sounded like it was a living person. It even caused a breeze on my face from the breath behind the voice. I've also seen orbs with both my eyes and with my phone camera. My cat's seen at the same time as well these things. My bedroom door has been knocked on more than one occasion. Woke me up from the sleep. I had another dream recently after moving here, and I believe it was paranormal. It was not myself in the dream. I was not even the same ethnicity or age as myself, and it was beyond vivid. I experienced this person's death at the end of a handgun. I'm living in a very bad neighborhood at the moment, so that kind of death is not uncommon here. Only a week ago, I was physically, or what felt like, burned, and it left a mark that stayed for hours. I've also smelled not only unfamiliar perfume here, but also a rotten egg smell, which was not an odor encountered at my last place of residence. Sometimes I wake up with pretty bad bruises that were not there when I went to sleep. Last year I almost drowned, and since then, my sensitivity to the paranormal I've noticed is stronger than ever. Almost I feel like it's bordering on me being a medium. I should also add, while I live here, a person died on the property in the parking lot outside my unit. That's just one death that I know of, and that I don't know if there were others before I moved in. Honestly, though, I'm feeling the presence of several spirits. Every night it feels like dozens of eyes are on me. The point of this post is really kind of at the end of my rope. I can't sleep at night because being afraid of these spirits waking me up or entering my dreams and giving me nightmares or harming me while I'm sleeping. I'm new to Reddit, sort of. Maybe somebody can direct me to a sub for people that are paranormally sensitive or mediums, so I can connect with people who are the same. Also, any advice on how I can spiritually protect myself from the evil here? I've tried Christian prayer. It's not worked. My first and most recent experiences with entities. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school. This was back in 1878. Whoa, you must be old. 1878. makes no sense. That means they'd be 100+ years old. I'm going to assume that they meant to write 1978. I was visiting a friend, walked into his house. Just off from the front door was the living room. I turned and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s. This supports my thesis, okay. I thought this was odd. I smiled at her. She smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You just saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. We'll see her darting around the corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She is a busy one, but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of her hallway for about a minute or two, then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back from having a cigarette. She was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move." She faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a 2-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. It walks very close to the window. My wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office. She called like she was scared to death. She said she saw a man. I took my dogs with me and there was nothing there, of course. But my dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from our window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house, and no sound at all. My first and most recent experiences with entities. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school. This was back in 1878. Whoa, you must be old. 1878. That makes no sense. That means they'd be 100+ years old. I'm going to assume that they meant to write 1978. I was visiting a friend, walked into his house. Just off from the front door was the living room. I turned and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s. This supports my thesis, okay. I thought this was odd. I smiled at her. She smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You just saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. We'll see her darting around the corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She is a busy one, but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of her hallway for about a minute or two, then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back from having a cigarette. She was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move." She faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a two-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. It walks very close to the window. My wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office. She called like she was scared to death. She said she saw a man. I took my dogs with me and there was nothing there, of course. But my dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from our window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house, and no sound at all. Radio conversations. I can hear in my office without a radio in my office. This is something interesting that's been happening to me. It started maybe 2 years ago. I was working in my home office when I heard what sounded like a conversation going on. It was like talk radio, like it carried on for about half an hour or so. Now my wife had gone to bed, and we live alone, so no kids to be talking to. I don't have a radio in my office. I wasn't listening to anything, and I was reading and doing some research. The conversation was rather muted. Couldn't hear what was being said. However, it sounded like two men talking. I do have a radio in the house, but I would be able to hear it clearly in my office. This has happened several times on and off. Sometimes I would hear a man and a woman talking, just loud enough to hear voices, but not loud enough to understand the conversation. I thought maybe my neighbor had a radio going, but their house is 20 feet from mine with a 7-foot block wall between us. I'm sure the sound couldn't travel that far. I live in Arizona, so it's very rare that we have our windows open, especially in the summer months. We don't want to give scorpions an easy way into the house. A few times I hold up my SB7 spirit box, and other than a few unintelligible voice-like sounds, couldn't hear anything that would be like what I was hearing. So the voice continues, now and again. I just find it very odd that it happens. And, just in case the topic comes up, I'm very mentally competent and have never heard a voice in my head, ever. Was my last house haunted? When I was 13 at the time, my family and I moved to just outside Columbus, Ohio in 2010 from the West Coast. We went to be near extended family. We lived at this house from 2010 to 2019. I was never a non-believer in the paranormal, but didn't think anything would ever happen to me or us. Every weird incident or experience I had there never struck me with much concern, at least in the moment. And I thought everything was just a weird coincidence. Also, these odd incidents that I'll explain here soon didn't happen too often, so there may be another reason why I didn't fixate on them as much. However, time passed, and recently had a discussion with my family about some weird incidents I had in the house. To my surprise, my parents and both my sisters were taken aback, and each said that they had weird occurrences as well. Here's a list of some of the things that I experienced along with my family. We had a grandfather clock. It had been in my dad's family for decades. According to him, it hasn't worked in almost 40 years. It was mainly in our house just for decoration. In 2011, I was on the computer in my room. Close by, the grandfather clock loudly chimed a song. I immediately ran into the living room with my dad and little sister with a what the fuck reaction. After about a minute or so, the song stopped, and the grandfather clock hadn't worked since until a few years later when my parents took it to a shop and got it completely fixed. If I had to pick a room that was deemed the most haunted, it would be the piano and dining room. We had 2 cats. We had these 2 curvy scratches on the wall. For a long time, we assumed it was the cats, but these markings were literally identical, which was odd. In the piano and dining room, there were more of these identical scratches on the wall, more than in any other room in the house. What creeped me out the most, well, that sometimes at night, my cats would stand on the floor and just stand at the ceiling corner of this room for 30 minutes to an hour, like something was there. They didn't do this in any other room in the house. My personal and most terrifying experience to this day was in the piano and dining room. It was the summer of 2018. Just my mom and I are at the house. It was 10:30 at night. I was locking the house up. There were 2 entryways to the piano room. I was a few feet away from the room, and I had just an eerie feeling about it when I started looking at it through the corner of my eye. Me trying to be bold made myself walk through the room just to confirm that it was clear. I walked in through one entryway and was exiting through the other. Literally, as soon as I was taking a step out of the room, a warm sensation hit my face. Immediately started having a bloody nose. Blood was coming out of both nostrils. I wasn't super spooked in the moment, but looking back now, along with my family now confessing to weird incidents in the house, amplified how scary this experience actually was. My dad said he probably had to replace over 100 light bulbs in that house, which apparently it's believed the paranormal interferes with electricity. My sister and my girlfriend at the time, and now my wife, and myself have all heard 3 knocks on our door at night at different times, and have all gotten up. No one was ever at the door. My older sister was once in the shower and heard my dad say, "Hey," in the bathroom. When she looked out, no one was in the house. She looked at the window and my dad was actually outside mowing the lawn. When she asked my dad, he said he'd been outside for almost an hour straight. Not really paranormal related, but I swear our house was some sort of wind tunnel. Every time it was windy, the entire house would make this loud howl. Super eerie. And just a side note, apparently this house was built in 2008 because the house before burned down. No one was killed in the fire to my knowledge. And like I said, there was really nothing clear-cut paranormal that happened in this house like movies. But I don't think all these experiences, well, you could deem them as normal. Occurrences like this happen so seldom, so I never really thought much about it at the time. But looking back now has me pretty spooked. What do you think? Malaysia. Unexpected visitor. This happened back when I was 12 years old in my hometown in Malaysia. It was school holidays. My parents had decided our family would be staying at our grandparents' house for a week. My grandparents' house is located 40 minutes away from the city. It's built in a small town in a rural suburb consisting of 3 other neighborhoods. The nearest town from their house is another 10-minute drive out in a dense tropical environment, which also means the entire suburb will be pitch black after sunsets between 5:30 and 6 p.m. The best thing about this time of the hour is the quiet and the peacefulness of the atmosphere, combined with faint cricketing noises in the background. You would hear these as you would lose yourself gazing at the starry skies surrounding the full moon. There's 4 rooms in my grandparents' house. the maid's room, the grandparents' room, the great-grandma's room, and my parents' room. My great-grandma was 97 at the time, so she moved to the city with my uncle, who had 3 maids to care of her. This means my younger brother Andy will be staying with me in great-grandma's room, since we don't want to share a room with her parents. Fair enough. Everything went well until our second last day. My parents attended a friend's wedding in the city, but therefore they won't be coming home due to heavy alcohol consumption from a celebration. It was already 9:30 p.m. My grandparents and the maids had already gone to bed. Only Andy and I were chilling in the living room. He was playing his Game Boy Color in front of the TV, while I'm reading comics at the very back of the room with the window slightly open to enjoy the cool breeze. It's very humid in Malaysia, especially indoors. All of a sudden, I could feel a distinct change in the motion of the breeze. It no longer felt the same cool inward flow, but rather like a cold hand gently brushing up and down my neck to the top of my head. My entire body instantly reacted with goosebumps, and it's those kind of goosebumps you know something isn't right. I tried to play it cool, not freak out, pretend not to notice anything for another 5 minutes or so. My dad once told me that if you show you fear, it'll notice and it'll continue to bother you. The brushing continued as I endured, and trust me, it was the longest 5 minutes of my life. I slowly stood up, didn't turn my back to look behind, shook off my goosebumps and said, "Andy, bedtime, let's go." He instantly agreed not to, as he noticed, but he was always afraid to be alone downstairs. We went upstairs, brushed our teeth, and then it's lights out. I remember waking up very suddenly from my sleep, feeling wide awake for no reason. I couldn't see very well as it was still dark, so I assume it was around 3 a.m. While trying to go back to sleep, I heard a very faint meowing in the room. I could instantly tell the difference. It wasn't from my cat, but man-made from a female. Confused, I quickly turned to Andy and I find him facing me sound asleep. The meowing gradually grew louder and its tone became much more sinister until it was next to my ear. My mind remained calm. However, my eyes began tearing up and my entire body was shaking in absolute horror. I no longer have control. I was completely paralyzed. Minutes felt like hours until my body had finally calmed down, and the feeling of dread and horror slowly lingered away. I could feel an external calm in the room. However, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep after what happened. To feel safe, I sat upright, positioned my back against the corner of the wall while watching Andy sleeping peacefully until daybreak. When first light entered my room, I immediately woke Andy up to get him out of the room with me. Although I received a couple of grouchy punches and kicks, it was worth it. I don't feel safe for him to be there alone. I don't want to worry the whole family while seeking for an answer. I approached my maid and told her no matter what, do not share with anybody about what I'm about to tell you. Feeling excited, she hurried for her promise, and I told her what happened. My maid's expression immediately turned sour and hesitated to explain. However, I begged her. Really needed the closure. Eventually, she caved and appeared regretful for telling me. But the culprit was a Pontianak, a female vampiric ghost in Malay mythology who they prey on men. Pontianak usually rises at a full moon and announces her presence through high-pitched cries. If the cry is soft, it means that the Pontianak is near. If it's loud, then she must be far. I almost fainted after hearing it. To this day, I still get the goosebumps every time I retell this horrific experience. Can someone hack into your Discord and join a private conversation? This happened to me in late October 2021. I was self-isolating in a hotel room while on Discord with my girlfriend. I video call her via Discord. We weren't in a group chat. Most of the night nothing happened, but when she went to go take a shower, something strange happened. She left the camera and audio on when she left, and I just went on my phone to pass the time until she came back. Around 10 minutes in, I hear a little girl giggling on the camera. I saw the audio was coming from her microphone because the edge is glowing when someone speaks. Figuring this was just her playing a prank, I say, "Babe, come on, I know it's you. This isn't funny." I then proceed to hear the little girl sing a classic horror song trope. "Daisy, Daisy, give me an answer," or whatever the lyrics are. But halfway through that line, it sounds as though an older voice is singing on top of the little girl's voice, making it extra creepy. Naturally, I think she's just using a voice box or YouTube video or something, but I immediately find out that that isn't the case. I start saying, "Babe, this isn't funny, cut it out, I know it's you." But then the little girl's voice replies, "Hello?" I give a nervous laugh in response. It almost seemed like the little girl mocked me by also laughing as I was laughing, and then says, "I see you," followed by, "Look behind you." First, I didn't look behind me, but then I did a quick jerk at a moment later, just to make sure nothing was there. I was freaked out at that point, wondering what the hell's happening. Then I see my girlfriend come back into the room after taking a shower with a towel wrapped around her, still a bit wet from the shower. I didn't tell her what happened because I was going to be home for another 3 weeks. She would be by herself. Ghost on Discord. During the height of COVID in 2021, I had to take a plane somewhere for work. Beforehand, I had to self-isolate in a hotel for 2 weeks. During that 2-week period, I was on Discord video chatting with my wife every day. Nothing really happened, for the most part. One night, however, we were talking and watching stuff together like normal. She went to go and take a shower, but just left the camera on. Is this the same story? As I'm sitting there chilling on my phone, not looking at the camera, I still had my headset on. I heard a little girl's voice come through my headset. I forgot specifically what I had said, but I do remember hearing giggling. So I turned to the computer. I thought, "Oh, she's playing a prank on me. Very funny." But then there's no reply. I then hear a voice sing the classic scary movie trope, "Daisy, Daisy." This is the exact same story. This must be from the same user, but written on different posts. I digress. The little girl's voice becomes 2 voices overlapping each other like a man and a girl at the same time and became distorted. As this is all happening, I see the green glow around the border pop up to show that the audio is coming from my wife's microphone. I thought this was your girlfriend, now it's your wife. I keep trying to say, "Haha, I know, very funny," and the talking stops. I say, "Hello?" trying to get her to reply, but then the little girl's voice replies back, "Hello?" At this point, I'm freaking out. I asked another question, but I forgot what it was. I remember it being a pretty simple question. After that, I remember the little girl saying, "Look behind you," and then laughing. Obviously, at this point, I'm pissing my pants. I did one of those scary movie reactions where you turn around super fast, but nothing was there. Now my wife comes back from the shower, or his previous girlfriend. I see her come out in only the hallway. We have our small apartments. There's no way she was at the computer. No way she used a soundboard, which I don't think she even heard of before. I didn't end up telling her what happened till I got back. Otherwise, she would have been scared out of her mind by herself. To this day, I get the chills thinking about it. I tried searching online to see if people had their own Discords hacked or something that made hackers talk through their mics, but found nothing. If anyone has any input, please tell me. Haven't found any explanation to it all. Ask Reddit. My friend and I were waiting in line at a boba tea place in early 2019. It was crowded, and a guy walked in with a full-sized shopping cart from the grocery store around the block. In the cart were several largest pre-packed party trays, cheese and crackers, CRUDIT', crudites, cruditties, things like that. The guy himself seemed totally normal. He was youngish, maybe 30, dressed casually, but well, he sort of gave me the what's up head nod to the cashier. They acknowledged him in a similar way. I assumed that they recognized him. I'd never seen anyone with a cart full of party snacks just out and about. But I thought maybe he was a delivery guy or picking up from the foot of a GoPuff. GoPuff? Alright. I gotta get over these things. He was picking up on foot for GoPuff. After I looked away, he sort of backed up into me a bit, and I went, "Oh, I'm sorry." Stepped out of his way. He looked me in the eye, smiled, and in the most genuinely reassuring voice I've ever heard, he said, "Honey, don't worry about the other people. Think about yourself. You don't need apologizing all the time." My friend turned around and kind of jokingly goes, "Girl, he must know you," referring to my habit of instantly reacting to any situation like this with an apology, and he smiled. He cheerfully said, "I do." He waited in line next to me, close to me, but not really by choice. His cart took up most of the space not occupied by the other customers, and he didn't say anything else. I assumed this odd interaction was over. I got zero weirdo vibes from him, which is weird, since I almost always have some discomfort from any strange man standing that close to me. But even though we were practically touching, he didn't loom, didn't seem to want to invade my space intentionally, but also didn't seem to mind having no personal space for himself. It was like he was just casually and comfortably standing next to an old friend, and I felt uncharacteristically at ease. As my friend reached the counter and began to place her order, the man stepped out and away to my side. I instinctively turned toward him. He then pushed his cart away a little bit, and in one fluid motion got down on his hands, did a push-up, kissed my foot, and jumped up, like he did one single burpee. When he stood back up, he smiled this really friendly smile and said calmly and cheerfully, "Love you." I looked over at the cashier and said the exact same way and stepped back toward his cart. I turned toward the counter very confused. My friend turned around just after and then placed her order and looked behind me and said, "Where'd the cart guy go?" Y'all, he was gone. Him, his cart, everything. Got out of a crowded boba shop in 5 seconds flat. He wasn't visible outside through a wall or windows either. This was impossible. My friend later asked why he was saying, "I love you." That was all she'd experienced of that situation. I told her what had happened while she was placing her order, and she was shocked. She almost didn't believe me, but the couple next to us waiting for their order confirmed my story to her, and to be honest, the many people behind us in line seemed extremely confused. The cashier seemed to be the only mildly reaction to, taking my order unfazed like this, as if it were a normal occurrence. Though, having worked food service, this part was not at all surprising. This tea shop is literally attached to my apartment building. I go there a lot. Never seen this man before or since. What weirds me out the most is that this guy didn't at any point give me any kind of creepy vibe at all. Not very anxious or introverted, and I generally have a pretty good radar for when someone's in my proximity and is about to do something weird. I don't usually have a neutral emotion reaction to interactions of any kind with strangers, strange men being overly familiar with me especially, but this guy didn't register to my intuition as any kind of threat or creep. He kissed my foot in a crowded shop in broad daylight, but he didn't linger on it. There was no indication that it was in any way sexual or even vaguely inappropriate for him. Like there was nothing in it for him. It was just a thing he did, as it was perfectly natural and friendly. It was carried out like a polite handshake in the space of a few seconds. He just walked in, bumped into me, read a major personality flaw from an offhanded apology, waited in line with me for absolutely nothing, delivered absolutely nothing from his cart, kissed my foot like it was some weird boba queen, professed his love to me and the cashier, and vanished without a trace. Well, that's a weird story to end on. See ya. Welcome. This is a collection of first-hand accounts of the paranormal. Whether it's daytime, nighttime, you're in bed, or you're out doing whatever, drop a comment and hit that like button. Helps us out a lot. Get ready. Elf in my grandma's house. I need an explanation. I was at my grandma's house with many relatives because it was her birthday. She sometimes talks about the house's fairy, but I didn't know about it, and if I knew, I would have laughed at it, because it's obviously bullshit. Yesterday, something happened. We were having dinner in the garden, and my grandma asked me to go near the front door, to go near the intercom to open the gate. She wanted to ask her neighbor friend if she wanted some leftovers. Well, I went to the front door and opened it. It's a very heavy iron door. Pushed the button near the intercom to open the external gate. There was a bit of wind, but not enough to explain what happened. I heard from my left coming from the closet and not the intercom. Oh, oh, oh. It was really clear and from a location pretty close to mine. Not exactly shouted, but more of a way to draw my attention. I turned around really fast, but the closet was completely dark, so I wasn't able to look inside. It couldn't be neither somebody from the outside, it was clearly from my left and they were too far away from me to notice them, nor were they inside since there wasn't anyone in the house. At that point I got scared, turned around toward the main door, which I opened before, and it was closed. Completely closed. It's a heavy door. I would have noticed if it got closed. At that point, really scared, I ran upstairs inside the house. Today, my uncle texted me about what happened yesterday. I told him the full story, and at that point he says that it could be the small elf that my grandma sometimes sees. She says she saw him, and it's a small, hump-backed with pointy-eared creature. I don't know why even its appearance she sometimes refers to it as the house fairy. I don't really believe in this stuff, but one time my grandma predicted the death of the people that robbed her house. Maybe I'm just connecting unrelated stuff, and probably that it was just a coincidence. But I feel like it's worth noting. An angel and a tall man. To start this story off, I've moved a lot, and this story talks maybe about 2 and a little third one of my ghost experiences. I was about 4 when this happened, so I can't remember much about it, but my parents have told me that we lived in a 2-story house in the woods. There weren't many other people around us, but we still had some neighbors. By now, that place is filled with houses. My mother's told me that I used to play a lot with a ghost called Kaeti or something like that. Me and my sisters, 3 years younger than me, were the only people that saw her. My mother remembers me talking about a pretty average height white ghost who had a white dress that was almost to the ground. As I said, I don't remember much about it, but I do remember after a while that we went to a graveyard, and as usual, Katie came with us. But when we started leaving, my mother asked, "Won't you wait for Katie?" And I'd answered. She told me that she's going to stay here for now, and I never saw her again. The next story starts when I was about 6 or 7, maybe 8. I lived in a small apartment on the first floor. There was only one bedroom which was filled with stuff, so me and my family all slept in the living room on the sofa. It opens up into a bed. I was the one sleeping next to a wall, and on the other side of the wall was the kitchen. So pretty much every night I slept there, I got a nightmare, and I always woke up at 3 a.m., and then I would go to sleep later on. In the nightmares, there was a tall man, I would say about 190, like 6'2". They would always want to trap me or hurt me. The one I remember exactly is where me and my grandma were in the house and it was pouring rain. Suddenly I remembered that we'd left our shoes outside. When I opened the door to grab them, there he was, a tall, completely black creature. It looked like a person's shadow. Randomly, there was a trash can next to the door, and he put me in there and locked me inside it. At that point, it was 3 a.m., so I woke up. Once my mother tried sleeping on that spot, she also had a nightmare and woke up at 3 a.m. But exactly before we were about to move away, I fell asleep. And in the dream, I kind of woke up and like a ninja jumped out of the bed ready to fight. But as I was searching for him, I saw someone walking out of the kitchen. The kitchen light was randomly on. It was a tall man with a long beard and long hair. Turns out he wanted a friend to play with. In the dream, we agreed to meet up some other time and spend some, time together. But I never saw him again. Later, when I was talking to my mother about it, she told me that, there was a ghost portal on that apartment. And also was on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Can't remember exactly. Also forgot to mention that we saw many things get lost in there. Like I would throw a ball on the top of the wardrobe and when I'd come to look for it, it just didn't exist anymore. Since then, I've always believed in ghosts, and the only appearance of a ghost I've had after that has been my current apartment. I was doing some editing behind my desk and I decided to put both of my headphones on. I usually only have one. But when I did, I heard a loud bang exactly behind my back, and when I turned to look, there was not a single thing that had fallen or broken. Also, my neighbors dropping something makes a completely different sound. I've never heard or seen that ghost afterwards. I don't disturb them, and they don't disturb me. When I was talking to my mother about ghosts, she told me that once in this apartment, she almost fell asleep on a sofa in the living room while watching TV. Something had shooken her up, but she was all alone in there. And after that, she had a feeling like someone's watching her when she's watching TV, which doesn't happen to me. Did you also see shadow people when you guys were kids? When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I moved to live with my grandmother for a while. Her house was an old building with 1 floor and an inner courtyard where a huge fig tree grew. The house had 3 exits, but one of them was peculiar because it was wall attached to the main bathroom. The bathroom had a window of frosted orange glass that separated the room from the exit hallway. When I peed, I could see the silhouette of whoever passed by the hallway. In that house also lived 2 uncles, an aunt, and 2 cousins. But I often stayed alone because everybody had their occupations or went out to do some stuff. That's when something strange started to happen. Every time I entered the bathroom, I saw through the window some shadows that moved from left to right, as if they were going to exit. They were shadows of bald men, all the same, that only showed from the torso up, one after another with a distance of about 1 meter between them. At first, I thought they were real people, and I had fun trying to catch them. I used to leave the bathroom and run into the hallway, but I never did find anyone. It was as if they all vanished. After a few weeks, I stopped finding it funny. I realized that those shadows only appeared when I was alone in the house, and that no one else saw them. I got scared and thought that what I saw was not normal, but even threatening. Then I used to avoid the bathroom, or if I went, I covered my eyes, sat on the toilet to turn my back on the window. I stayed with this behavior for some months, until one day the shadows disappeared and never came back. Now I'm 24 years old, 24, and I've never seen anything paranormal again, except for that experience that marked me forever. Sometimes I wonder if it was real or if it was a false memory implanted by a vivid dream. But what intrigues me the most is that I've read cases of other people who also saw shadow people when they were kids. Am I crazy? Did my brain invent the story? Or did something similar happen to you? Has anyone ever experienced something paranormal with someone, but then when you talk about it with them, they don't remember? Hi everyone, I'm Jaylene. I'm 14. And the purpose of me writing this is because it happened to me today. So to begin, I was about 10 years old and with my cousins I'm gonna call G. And they were about 14 or 13 at the time. And I, the narrator, is gonna call Gina. Gina and I used to have sleepovers in her room, and we'd talk and play games. We were those type of kids that would say we were going to sleep, but in reality, we're on our phone or iPad. Anyways, we were in Gina's bed, on our electronics, just watching a show or something, when all of a sudden I pause whatever I'm watching because I hear what sounded like humming. But I could barely hear it. After a minute of trying to figure it out, if I was really hearing something or not, maybe it was just my headphones making background noise, Gina says, "Do you hear that?" I froze for a second, thinking, no, I don't think I really heard anything. I think I was just imagining something. So I then snapped back into reality and told her, no, I don't hear anything. And suddenly we hear a sound like somebody had crumbled a bag or stepped on it. It scared me and Gina, so we hid under the covers till one of us had the courage to get up and turn on the lights. Gina then told me that she had heard what sounded like a little girl singing. We both didn't sleep until morning. Gina's now 17. I brought it up to her today when we were having a discussion about the paranormal. She said that she didn't remember it at all and asked me if I was sure it happened in my room. She still lives in that room. Anyways, I just wanted to see if anybody had experienced something similar, because this is not the first time something like this has happened in my home. Haunted dorm room. It was a tiring day in my college. It was a hot summer evening. I had just returned to my dorm room. My roommate and I had separate rooms and one common room and a kitchen. I found that he wasn't there, so I didn't lock my room and just fell asleep. It was around 8 or 9 p.m. I later started to wake up feeling restless. I was having a blurry vision. My room was extremely hot, even though the fan was on and the window was open. I took off my shirt and drank water from my water bottle. I checked the time, and it was exactly 1:11 a.m. I felt something was wrong and I tried to stand up. Suddenly I got pulled up from the bed by my leg. I jumped back to my bed all confused and pressed myself against the wall. Still not fully conscious, I knew something was wrong. I tried to shout and call my roommate, but before I could do anything, I got slammed again into the opposite wall, this time by my shoulder. It felt like someone was trying to drag me into the wall by my shoulder. My bedroom door opened. I got dragged into an empty void. Now I woke up entirely covered in sweat. I didn't have a shirt on and my water bottle had fallen on the floor, but my door was closed. I was still confused and scared about what happened, and I had a bruise on my shoulder. I checked the time again and it said 1:10 a.m. I was too scared to sleep alone after that, so I went to my roommate who was still online playing games on his laptop. I tried talking to him, but he was too busy playing games. Haunted school. Okay, so not exactly my encounter, but one of a close family friend's. For context, this particular family friend, let's call her Jane, is a secretary and a teacher at a school which my parents teach. I attend, and is also under the church that we're part of, including Jane. And I think it should be mentioned that the grounds on which this school is built used to be a graveyard. So the school grounds have two separate regions, one where all the classes are situated along with the administrative office and the actual church building, and the back region where the residential building is. Our principal and the church pastor occupy the residential block with their family. Jane, being the personal secretary of the principal, is given a room at the campus, but her room is near the school region, so pretty close to all the classrooms. While Jane was staying at her house, she told us that it was not uncommon for her, you could say, to hear noises of the benches being pushed around, doors being banged, or even footsteps from the school building. Some nights she also hears knocks at her door, loud enough to wake her up from her sleep. And the possibility of anybody being there is ruled out because the door that leads to the school building remains locked. Also, this was apparently a regular occurrence. But the thing that creeped her out to the point that she came over to our house to sleep was one night Jane woke up to the sound of knocking at her door so loud that she was convinced something was knocking at her door, or someone. She got up, went to the door, but no one was there. She looked out to make sure. Looked right, no one. Left, a lady. The lady was standing at this pedestal kind of a thing, wearing this long white gown and had her hair down. And the eerie part was that she was holding this large book, this huge book, was just looking into the sky. And in the blink of an eye, she just disappeared. Jane prayed as soon as she got to her bed, and the next day came over to our house to stay a few nights. She was so shaken. A ghost and a cheat. I know the feeling all too well. I put one in my lounge room. Now it's picking up growling and light talking, follows stuff I can't see. Growling. One stage the cam even filmed upside down. There's no option to even be able to do such a thing. But in saying that, I'm glad I put them up because in the end my ex-partner didn't know or forgot about the ones inside. And while at treatment for dialysis, I was playing around with the settings and happened to hear something. That something was 14 years being flushed down the drain with her cheating on me. Only 20 minutes before, she dropped off a kiss to me and said I love you and went home. Did that. So the cameras have microphones that I kept her, long story short, ended up asking her to leave and not coming back. Do I regret asking her to leave? Not at all. I'm now alone with loads and loads of health problems, can barely help myself or hold things or even push myself in my wheelchair anymore. but fighting every day to prove that I can do it. We both seen a rake that night. This happened back in 2014. I was about 15 or so, and my friend is about a year older than me. I'm staying the weekend at her house, which is out in the country with thick woods behind her property. It's rounding about 3 a.m. when we hear what we thought were cats messing around the woodpile on her dad's trailer. Her dog started to bark, so my friend said she was going to let her dog out. She'd go run the cats away from the trailer. The dog wouldn't hurt the cats when she chased them off, just didn't want them around the house. So my friend lets the dog out, lets him out the back door, and as she's walking away, I look out the living room window facing the backyard, which is the opposite side of the house. That's when I seen what looked like a very pale, bald man with really long arms crouching behind the trailer, and we'd heard rattling around. By that time the back door was open, I looked over to my friend staring at the trailer. She'd seen something as well. She looked over at me, and when we both looked back, it was gone and the dog was sniffing around the trailer. I asked if she'd seen that. She said half questioningly, "That weird white thing with the bald head behind the trailer?" I thought I was imagining it. She had taken the words right out of my mouth of what I saw. We called the dog back inside, locked the house down. We never let the dog out that late or bothered looking to see what was making those weird noises outside ever again. I looked up what we saw. Well, years later. And after reading up on rakes, I'm sure that's what we saw that night. Shadow person? Back in December 2022, me, a 24-year-old female, and my partner, a 23-year-old male, were playing with both our cats in the lounge. The lounge is connected to the house entrance and hallway. That leads upstairs. A door separates the lounge from the hallway, and in this scenario, this door is shut. Upon entering the lounge, there's a glass door which leads you into the living room. This is where my partner's parents were during this unexplained event. So the event that took place was simple, yet me and my partner cannot explain it. We were on our tummies, playing with the youngest cat, while laying on the floor, and we both laid our heads down and our cat was playing with her toy fish. She grabbed it with her claw, but managed to throw the toy past us. It landed at the base of the door leading to the hallway. Watching our cat rush towards it, we laughed, reached to take the fish. Upon reaching for the fish, I see a pair of black shoes walk past in the hallway under the gap of the door. This door is solid wood, so I couldn't see who was there, just saw the feet. I didn't think anything of it and thought it must be my partner's dad. Only to turn to the glass door, seeing both his parents on the sofa watching TV. Confused, I looked at my partner. He looks at me and says, "You see that too?" The fact that I didn't have to say anything terrified me. There was absolutely no one else in the house. As it stood, everyone was either in the lounge or the living room. Right after realizing we both saw the same thing, we opened the door to find nothing. Nobody was there. My partner checks outside the front door and there's not a soul around. We ask his parents if there's been any visitors. Nope. We're confused. Haven't told many people this in fear of sounding crazy. His mom completely believes us, as she's had experiences in this house. This house is over 300 years old too, so I'm fascinated yet scared to investigate what me and my partner saw that day. I'm happy to elaborate on other events happening here, but it's fair to assume what we saw was supernatural or paranormal, right? Ask Reddit. I've been a witness to many strange occurrences in our house over the years. many of which happened to my very skeptical friends as well. We cannot explain this. The strange occurrences mainly center around my father and sister, while my mother and me, thankfully, have only been peripheral witnesses. 1. When I was around 7 years old, me and my sister and our babysitter were watching TV when the blood completely drained from my sister's face. She was 11 and she tries to scream. Nothing's coming out. Then she says she saw a small, hairy man walk through the living room right in front of us. She wouldn't stop crying. My mother thought she was making it up, but my father was eerily quiet. 2. When I was about 14, my father was screaming at me to leave the glass sliding door alone. Apparently, I was violently pulling at it, screaming at him to open it. I wasn't at home at the time. 3. My best friend came to visit me, and this being South Africa, was waiting at the security gate of our house to let him in. He was calling my name and I was on the toilet. We both hear my dad saying, "He's on the toilet, he'll be right back there." My blood froze. My father wasn't home. We had no idea what to make of it. 4. While another friend, the biggest skeptic I'd say, was sleeping over, him, me, and my sister were discussing my friend's girlfriend at the time. It was the middle of the evening, not too late. We were sitting in my sister's room. Something was violently throwing the chairs around the kitchen. The sound was as clear as day. Thinking it was a burglar, we locked the door and pressed the alarm button. When the security guys arrive, all the doors are locked. There's nothing amiss in the kitchen. This was truly frightening. 5. The whole family had heard a woman laughing and knocks on the doors. The TV switches on by itself. Volume increases and decreases on multiple televisions. Lights come on and off. We hear whispering at night, mostly indistinct, but sometimes referencing us. Psst, my sister's name. Psst. This was a weekly occurrence. 6. My father saw a small humanoid running up our stairs. Right around the time my sister saw the thing in our living room. He's also seen a woman walking around the house multiple times. 7. This happened about 3 years ago. My cousin was around 8 years old. We went inside the house to go swimming and get a towel. She starts screaming and running out of the house, face white as a sheet. She says there was a badly burnt child in my sister's room staring at her. She was truly shaken and sticks by her story. She doesn't like to come visit anymore. These are just some of the weird shit that's happened in this house. And yes, my family are all still living there. My father's an extremely quiet guy, to the point of it being painful, and not one to suffer fools. Which makes me even more uneasy about all this. We're not particularly religious or believers in the paranormal, but enough weird shit's happened to make me question this reality. My paranormal experience. I did, and still to some extent, consider myself a skeptic until I saw what I saw about 1.5 years ago. I've never really posted this anywhere. I only relate it to close family and friends. But some recent events have had this experience playing on my mind again recently. I've also been looking at it from a different angle, some recent realizations. So I'm a 20-year-old woman at this point, and this occurred when I was about 18 years old and living with my 35-year-old older sister. Things were bad at home with my parents, and she had graciously chosen to take me in at the time. I had at that point in time been living there for about 5 months when this occurred. So my sister's house was 2 stories tall with an attic, a relatively new house with a modern build in a newer area of our town. My room was upstairs. One night I walked upstairs at about 9 p.m. after my routine, eating dinner and doing dishes, and I headed to my room to grab my bathrobe for a shower. My sister and her husband both work in the medical field, so their schedules vary at times, and they had been asleep for hours to wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. for a shift. So, it was very dark upstairs. The only light that I would keep on so that I could see where I was going was the living room light. It shone bright white light downstairs, and a dimmer light at the top. But this was all I needed, as my room was about 4 feet to the right of the stairs. So as I said, I walked upstairs to my room doors, which were slightly ajar, stopped dead in my tracks. I saw a man peeking the top half of his torso and his head from behind my bedroom door. I truly thought this was an intruder at first, until I realized his entire silhouette was completely blurry, and his center was just black. As I stopped, almost had the big one, whatever this thing was darted back behind the door as if I scared it as much as it had scared me. After about 30 seconds of standing completely frozen and trying to process what I had just seen, I went into my room, checked behind the door and under the bed, looked out the window. There was no one to be seen. About a month later, I had another experience. As I said, there was an attic in my sister's house. They didn't use it much at all. Pretty much just put extra boxes up there when they moved in and left it alone. I was doing dishes one day, and I heard what sounded like a jar falling to the floor, which I knew was the attic floor because the second floor was carpeted. Rolling for about 30 seconds before abruptly stopping at the opposite wall. I didn't really make this post for opinions about what I experienced. I would still be open to them if you have anything intuitive to offer. I'm still not sure what it was myself, but I'd like to add that I was doing more spiritual work than I ever had done before while staying at my sister's house. I was meditating daily, doing work with stones, just generally opening myself more to that side of myself because of the troubles I was dealing with at the time. I felt like it helped me as well. I'm not sure why I fell off of that lifestyle. It's something that I'd like to make a habit of again. But do you guys have any input as to whether or not this might have had any effect on my ability to connect with the other side? Would love to hear thoughts. Edit. I'd also like to add that again, I've been a skeptic for a long time, and would still pretty much consider myself one. I believe it's incredibly, naive, you could say, of humans to assume that they can make definitive conclusions about the afterlife, even though it's something that we know nearly nothing about. But I also realize that there are multiple other explanations for what I may or may not have experienced. I'm just looking for an open discussion. The Year-Long Hauntings of Itasca Hall, 2016. Part 1. The Witches' Cemetery. While attending college, me and a few buddies decided to visit Trout Lake. It's a Norwegian cemetery in Coleraine. We were bored and had read a few stories online stating that there was a haunted cemetery near us where a witch was buried. The post said her name was Bertha Maynard, and that she had killed, or was killed, I'm assuming, in the late 1800s for being a witch, because her crops were better than all the other crops in the area. We got there around 1 a.m. and struggled to find her grave, even though the cemetery was small with only 30 graves or so. After walking around for a while, we eventually found her grave, but it was down a small hill near the lake and away from all the other graves in the cemetery. The grave looked like it had been damaged, and all that was visible was her last name on the bottom of the grave. Please don't vandalize people's graves. It's disrespectful, and it's somebody's ancestor. But apparently this grave was stolen once and found in a nearby lake, after some high school seniors were out there drinking. After we found the grave, I whipped out my phone and started recording a video, trying to act like the ghost adventure people. Started asking questions and then asked, "Bertha, please come forward and present yourself. Prove to the townspeople that you are not a witch." After I said this, wind chimes started to go off at the next closest grave behind me. Thought this was cool, so I started to film them. When my camera finally focused in on them, They came to a screeching halt and stopped making noise. At this point, my buddy says, "Whoa, it's not even windy enough for the wind chimes to go off." Shortly after, we left the cemetery and went back home. We didn't expect what was to follow the next year. Part 2. The Black Figure in the Kitchen. A week after visiting Trout Lake Cemetery, my roommate and I were sitting in my room watching TV when we decided to walk into the kitchen to grab some food. I turned into the kitchen to grab some food. I flip on the lights, and when I turned, I saw a black figure standing parallel to the refrigerator, as if it was trying to hide alongside it. I could see feet sticking out near the bottom and a head where a freezer is. I then looked back at my roommate standing over my shoulder and gave him the what the fuck look. And when I looked back in the kitchen, the figure had disappeared. I quickly ran back to my room, grabbed my notebook, and drew a quick sketch of what it is that I had seen. I asked my roommate if he had seen what I had just seen, and he laughed at me and said, "We just visited the witch's cemetery not long ago, and your mind's playing tricks on you." For the next few months, he kept making fun of me whenever we were agreeing about what we saw any time the conversation came up. Finally, it was the day I was moving out, and before I left, he came up to me and said, "Hey, we need to talk before you leave. Do you still have the picture of the black figure you saw in the kitchen?" I was very annoyed and was thinking he was going to make fun of me again, but instead, he apologized, saying that he actually saw the same black figure that I did. But due to his religious beliefs, he couldn't get himself to accept what he had seen that day, and said it went against what he previously believed. He said he just kept telling himself it was fake because he didn't believe in ghosts. He wanted to apologize again and tell me it wasn't crazy, and I showed him the picture and he 100% agreed in certainty that he had seen the same figure as me. Part 3. The Black Orbs. Quite often while sitting in my dorm bedroom, I would occasionally see black orbs floating for about a second or two. They would show up in my Snapchat pictures often, but only when I was in my dorm apartment, never when I was away from my room. One night a friend came to visit and spend the night, and we were up talking, and I noticed she kept glancing down the hallway. I asked her what was up. She said, "I don't want to sound weird, but there's this black orb that keeps floating from the kitchen to the bathroom. I've noticed it many times." I didn't tell her about this weird stuff happening lately because I didn't want to freak her out, so I just acted confused. I did end up seeing it once, and it was that night too after she mentioned it. I also had a third roommate who would randomly see a white mist in the apartment pass through occasionally, but I never witnessed this. But he claimed this happened many times. Part 4. The Notebook. It's been about 2 months since we had visited the cemetery, and 12 other people who lived on the same floor as me and whom I was friends with started coming to me with creepy and unexplainable stories of their own. It became so frequent that I started writing down everyone's experiences, had a half-full notebook. I kept detailed accounts with times and dates. I no longer have the notebook as I burned it one night a few years ago. I felt like I had to burn it, because I keep having these creepy things happen to me at new apartments as well, and at my childhood home. And after the creepy things would happen, I would always randomly stumble upon the notebook. Creepy and paranormal things have stopped completely in my life since burning the notebook, so I feel good that I did that. I can say that doing that helped close that chapter of my life. Part 5. The Snapchat Girl. One day I was at work and I checked my phone. I had a bunch of missed calls and messages from the girl who lived across the hall, asking if she could spend the night with me. I called her and she told me that all day she kept hearing somebody walking around in the kitchen and dropping pots and pans. She said she kept walking out there and saw nothing out of place, never saw anyone. She brushed it off as nothing until she was taking some selfies and a girl appeared in the doorway of her room. She said the girl was about 5'5", which was slightly shorter than her, had jeans on with a t-shirt and her hair up in a bun. The girl stopped her in the doorway, looked at her for a few seconds, then walked into her roommate's room, just moving through the door as it was closed. When I got home, she was waiting in the lobby and looked pale white. Bad anxiety. After that, she would always hear weird noises in her apartment and would constantly hear footsteps in the hallway, but never saw her again. Part 6. The Unexpected Visitors. One night I was sitting at home alone and I got a knock on my door. And as I answered the door, I saw it was 2 girls who used to live across the hall from me a year prior. These girls both lived in the same room where my friend saw the Snapchat girl. They asked how things were going in the dorms, and I said that things had been kind of weird lately. Left it at that. The one girl spoke up, and "Oh, you must be talking about the ghosts." I then asked them how they heard about all that stuff happening. They said they hadn't heard anything, but when they lived across the hall, they would hear things all the time in that dorm, and things always sounded like they were being moved. And you could hear people talking quietly in their dorm while at the same time hearing footsteps. They both agreed that they were glad to be out of there and assumed stuff was still happening. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said they were just passing through town, felt the need to check in. I watched them leave, was super confused. What's weird about all this is that we weren't close at all. We would only exchange pleasantries in the hallway the year prior. So when they left for the night, it had me questioning things. Like, if they're in a rush, why come and visit me? And out of all the people to visit, why not visit some of your close friends that still live here? Part 7. The Girl Down the Hall. Just before all this stuff started happening, I met this girl who lived down the hall. Let's just say she has tons of weird stuff happening to her quite frequently. There's a couple of times her roommate just would come up to me, and they had a shared dorm because during the night she'd be kneeling on the loft bed, rocking it side to side aggressively while mumbling nonsense. And when she'd try to talk to her or wake her up, the mumbling would just get louder. Whenever her roommate would ask about this, the girl down the hall would have no idea what she was talking about and could never remember. I remember one Saturday her roommate came up to me again and asked what was up with the girl down the hall last night. I said, "What do you mean?" "She's at her parents' house this weekend." She said that she's not. Last night she was sitting in the corner of her bed just staring at me and whispering to herself. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't respond. When she told me this, I thought she was crazy, so I said, "Nope, she was at her parents' last night." I walked her out to her car and watched the girl down the hall leave. She said, "Well, somebody was chilling in her bed last night." After getting to know the girl down the hall, she too would also ask about always hearing people in the kitchen late at night, and would say that things are being thrown around her room, like books randomly falling off her desk or chairs moving by themselves. She said that she would wake up and her paperwork was often crumpled up on the middle of the room. I remember she would always find things missing, like her keys and headphones and wallet. She would be unable to find them, and then randomly they would appear a day or so after leaving them perfectly in the middle of the room. This girl always wanted to go for walks at night through the cemetery across the road from campus, which usually didn't bother me. But given all the weird stuff happening to her, I would start to go less and less frequently, even though I really enjoyed hanging out with her. By far the scariest stories that she told me was the one day before leaving for family vacation. She was sitting downstairs watching a movie, and when she stood up she looked in the mirror. She saw an old man sitting in the chair that she was just in. She looked back at the chair, no one was there. Then looked in the mirror and the old man was sitting there again, just staring at her with a glazed over look. One day her and her family left for vacation. When she returned, she said that there was a VHS sleeve sitting on the floor and it said her name followed by baptism video. She called me and was freaked out because A, she didn't realize she had a baptism video and had never seen it because her family didn't own a VCR anymore, and B, she spent hours searching the house and couldn't find the VHS that fits inside the sleeve. I asked if someone broke into the house and she said, "No, nothing else is missing. We live in the middle of nowhere. 20 minutes to the nearest tiny town. So why would anyone drive all the way up here just to steal a baptism video? And who would even known that it existed?" After that VHS went missing, she kept saying that she would hear an old man asking for help when she was home alone. Maybe the guy she saw in the mirror. I'm not sure, neither was she. She finally brought all this up to her parents, and her mom said, "I used to experience a lot of unexplained things and see people in the house. They weren't real when you were a kid. I just never said anything because you never asked." Part 8. The Group Chat. While all of this stuff was happening, we had a group chat going that consisted of about 12 of us. Most of us living in the second floor of our hall. I'd say at least once every other day somebody was messaging the group with some unexplained story or some weird, creepy thing that happened to them. Most of the stories consisted of hearing people walking around in their dorms or bedrooms. But what's strange is the fact that nobody had stories that took place outside of the hall. I also understand that we lived in a dorm and apartment building, so you have to take certain noises with a grain of salt, because college students are loud and drunk, and sometimes this causes things to happen unintentionally. I haven't been back to the building since I left, but I'd be curious to spend the night or even visit just to see if I get the same feeling or similar experiences. That feeling of being watched. So me and my friend love being in the forest. We feel safe there. Or we usually do. A while ago, I left to go take a picture of a waterfall, while my friend stayed back in our usual spot. Pretty close to the waterfall, but neither of us could see each other. Whilst I was there, my friend started to feel like they were being watched. But not that usual just shrug it off kind. No, they felt like they were in danger. When I came back, they asked, "Do you feel like you're being watched?" Looked around for a second before agreeing that I did. But instead of leaving, we stayed and talked for a while for some reason. But eventually it became an unbearable feeling of dread and like we were in danger. So we quickly got our stuff and got the hell out of there. Once we crossed the bridge out of the forest, the feeling left. We felt safe again. Then yesterday, none of my friends could come with me outside, so I went alone. I didn't, originally intend to go into the forest, but I did. I felt safe there. I needed the comfort of nature at that moment. So I walked around for a bit going around the area, but not the spot. We both love warrior cats, so we made our own clan in the forest, which is the area that we tend to hang out in. Then I decided to go to the same spot, since our spot, I just couldn't walk past it. Then when I was there, I saw a bike light, and what are they saying? Need a cigarette. When I was there, I saw a bike light on the path. It was getting dark, by the way. No big deal, there's always bikers here. I didn't think much of it and went to pick something up that I saw. But then when I grabbed it, I saw a person dragging the bike up and off the path and onto the grass. The path is a bit below the grass, so you have to climb up to get up. But there's no path or anything to bike on. Felt creeped out and left the area, going to a different spot, which was a rock surrounded by a river. Unimportant information, I think. Though we did make it to the Moonstone from Warrior Cats. I went up onto the rock and just sat there for a while. At this point, you couldn't see shit in the trees from the darkness, but I felt the feeling of being watched again. A similar area. It started in the same area as last time. When I glanced into the trees, I felt as if I saw a person's head move, like out of the way. When I looked at them, nobody was there from what I could tell. I ignored it and stayed. But the feeling of being watched became unbearably large again. This time, bigger than before. So I quickly got off the rock and left. The thing is, I felt it all the way up till I went past the spot. It stopped when I got to the clan rock. Then, when I had to walk past an area that had some of the same trees as by the Moonstone, just on the other side, I felt it again. It didn't leave until I crossed the freaking bridge. Does anybody know what in the hell that was? Haunted elevator. I just finished at 6:30 p.m. an exam held at the upper wing of our school building. The upper wing has the classrooms. The lower wing holds the lobby and has an elevator to the left and a staircase across from it to the right. Since the building has glass walls and has Christmas lights strewn over the glass facade encasing the lower wing, maintenance has the lower wing at lights out at 6 p.m. for aesthetic purposes. The outdoor Christmas lights really pop this way. Anyway, so I just finished my exam, which was held at room 402, and I was one of the first students to do so. When I exited the exam room, I was alone, making my way to the lower wing where the lobby is at, and I was ready to descend the staircase. That's when the elevator right behind me just opened. I looked over and it was so brightly lit that it illuminated the entire dark lobby. But no one was at the lobby except for me, and no one was inside the open elevator at all. I noticed that the call button was lit too, and it indicated that it was going down. So I thought, maybe someone exited really fast and accidentally clicked a button or two before leaving. Found it weird, but I paid it no mind. I continued descending to the third floor by the staircase, and then right when I landed at the third floor lobby, the elevator opened again. It cast an unmissable light from the other end of the floor. I looked over again, and I saw once more that no one was inside the doors, and no one was at the lobby at all. The call button was lit again, and it still showed that it was going down. I was nervous at that point, and I couldn't bear to look at too long. So keeping my eyes on my shoes, I hurried down the stairs to the second floor, and it happened again. The elevator opened right when I reached the second floor, cast a light on the whole lobby, and showed me once more that no one was there. No one inside the bright elevator, and no one at the lobby who could have pressed the call button, which was still lit and was going down. I raced to the ground floor, but this time the elevator didn't follow me anymore. The ground floor, which was empty, was also at lights out, but the main doors leading outside allowed some light and some noise in. I ran out of the building as fast as I could, and I only got ready to relax a couple of paces outside the building when a classmate called out to me from the benches. Last night my grandma passed away, and the TV turned on by itself. Audio only. Last night, December 15th, my grandma passed at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. India time around 8 a.m. December 16th. I've missed almost all my family funerals due to expenses, and the bodies never held for longer than a day before cremation because of my family's choice in India. I've missed my grandpas, my aunts, and now my grandmother, all on my father's side, due to living in the U.S. Since I found out last night around 11 p.m. and thought of "forgive me" echoed in my head a million times as I sobbed uncontrollably. I asked I just needed one sign to know that she's forgiven me for not being able to make it to yet another funeral. I then called my dad to tell him what happened early in the morning of the 15th. Not sure if it was related, but I had a dream. I dream a lot, but I share especially when following events that are strange. But since I moved to my new home, been here for 9 months, I never have any of these scary, uncomfortable dreams or other paranormal experiences, as I usually do with those in hotels or older places. Anyway, in my dream I saw a woman float into my bedroom. A dead bride. Kind of weird, like a typical movie. And as I'm trying to get my husband's attention to tell him about this intruder, I get up to stop her. As I do, I get up from the dream. Naturally, I get very scared at the night, especially due to nightmares, so I breathe heavy, wake up my husband, and I'm unable to sleep throughout the night. I wake up the morning of the 15th for a doctor's appointment. As I drive to it, I think of how lonely this woman must have felt. Anyway, as I'm telling my dad this dream recall, my TV went off. Audio only. This has never, ever happened before. My husband and I were on the couch FaceTiming my dad. Both remotes were on the table. Nobody touched or sat on it. I usually have a sixth sense of things, but never would have predicted the passing of my grandma. Like a couple of weeks ago, I had a dream my parents got into an accident, but they were both fine. That morning, right as I woke up, my mom, when she called me, said Dad's feeling like he's having a heart attack. In the end, with God's grace, he was all okay. And it was all an accident, technically. My grandma lost her husband about a decade ago. Her daughter, who's my aunt, a little more than a decade ago. She always felt very lonely. She lived with my other aunt. But I knew she was very lonely and not the happiest. Anyway, the TV's audio turning on, I like to believe that she gave me a sign. I saw my wife come home to shower. It wasn't her, and I'm not crazy, I think. This happened in September. Been trying to process this and even discuss with my wife. She's stumped like me. IWFH, and my wife, is a freelance photographer. Our daughter was at school and my wife left at 10 a.m. that morning. She had 3 photo shoots to do, and she said she would be home by 3:30 after picking out our daughter from school. We said our goodbyes, and I continued to work. At 1:30, I hear the door coming from the garage entrance open and close. I assume it was her maybe making a quick stop. Either way, I poke my head out of the office and see her walking toward her bedroom. I assumed something happened because she was wearing a different outfit. I go to my desk and finish the task I was working. Since I was almost done, it only took a minute. I go to her bedroom and see her in the shower. Figured she probably made a mess or was sweating and wanted to refresh before the next shoot. I did say anything. Just left her alone. I'm assuming they meant that they didn't say anything. She looked at me and smiled, and I smiled back. Nothing unusual. I go back to my office and continued working on other projects. At 1:45, I received a text from my wife with a picture. She ran into an old friend of mine at one of the photo shoots. Apparently it was for him and his fiancée, an engagement shoot. I asked her where this was and how she got there so fast, and why did she change back into the clothes she was wearing. She was confused, told me she just left there. It was her second photo shoot. The first one was at 10:30, 11:30, about 25 minutes from her house. The second one was at 12:30 or 1:30, 45 minutes from her house, according to Google Maps. I told her what I saw. I even went to the bathroom. The shower was wet. Her towel was wet. The clothes were gone, though. There were wet footprints on the bath mat. I showed her the video. She was stunned, as was I. I'm asking here, what the hell just happened? No, I'm not crazy. Well, for now. That could change. I can't say it's a ghost, but this was definitely not normal. It's not happened again since that time. Weird man just vanished. It's an incident that's happened around 3 years ago during the early days of COVID quarantine, somewhere between March to September of 2020. I got home after a night shift. This was like 3 a.m. My girlfriend was sleeping, and I took out her dog for her usual night walk like I used to do every night around night shift around this time. It was the first COVID quarantine in my country, and most people were taking it pretty seriously. There weren't many people outside during the day, even less at this late hour. Near the end of the walk, I see a man dressed in a suit walking down the street ahead of me. Keep in mind that in my country, practically no one wears a suit unless you're in a groom in a wedding. Even lawyers in courts don't wear, suits most of the time. So it really stood out. Especially at 3 a.m. He also had a flat cap, which is also very uncommon. The more I was looking at the man, the more curious I got. I noticed he wasn't walking right. He was limping, but not the way an injured man limps. He seemed like someone who doesn't know how to walk properly, or like someone with a severe mental issue like Down syndrome or something. My first instinct was to get closer, thinking some poor mentally ill person had lost her, something. But my dog wouldn't let me get close. My dog's usually extremely curious and friendly. Any person we see while on a walk is a potential friend for her. She'd usually be thrilled to approach strangers outside. But in this case, she was absolutely terrified. She pulled on her leash and cried, not wanting to get close to the guy at any price. So, I didn't get any closer to the guy, and I saw how he limps weirdly until he got behind a car. He was standing so I could see his head over the roof of the car and parts of his body through the car windows. Never got a good look at his face as it was dark and he never really looked straight at me. The person suddenly stood up straight. He went from limping and barely standing up to standing up complete right and straight in a moment. Didn't seem awkward in his movements anymore. He took off his flat cap, stuffed it in his jacket, started searching his pockets for something. I assumed he was looking for car keys since he was really close to the car, and at some point he seemed to have dropped something. Again, I assumed it was the car keys. He bent down to pick it up, and I couldn't see him anymore. I waited for a few seconds and he wasn't standing up, and at this point my dog seemed more at ease and was more curious than scared. I got closer to the car looking for the guy. He wasn't there. I looked for him behind the car and under it, looked inside the car through the windows, and there was no one inside neither. There was no way he could have gone anywhere without me noticing it. The car was parked next to the sidewalk with no other cars next to it, open space in all directions. Any direction he would have gone, I'd have seen it. The dog would have seen it. I was really tired after a night shift. If I was alone, I'd be convinced I was imagining it, but that night my dog, who's usually very cuddly chill and sleeps all night snoring like a truck driver, didn't even get into bed with me. She was in the corner of the room, shivering with fear, and stared at the door all night. In the morning, she behaved normally again. I've never seen her act like this before or since. Strange music in my head. I was around 10 or 11 years old when this took place. I'm 21 now. I had really often nightmares and anxiety problems as a child, which is why I often was sleeping in my mom's bed. I was only living with her. My mom always left her door open in the night, and you could look into her hallway. She was laying in front of me facing to the door, and I was behind her, so I'd basically have to lean over her to look into the hallway if I wanted to. It sounds so dumb, but if you played the Slender Man game, you probably know his heartbeat sound that comes when you collected the first 1 or 2 pages. And I swear to God that one night when I was trying to sleep, my mom already was, I start to hear this extremely loud heartbeat with like an ominous music straight out of my head and my ears or something. I don't really know how this was possible, or exactly what was even happening. But I immediately start shivering with anxiety and quietly tried to wake up my mom, shaking her and telling her to wake up. I don't know why, but I didn't care to look over in the hallway. Maybe it was just the extreme fear, because something I couldn't explain was occurring. But I felt some kind of presence there. My mom wasn't waking up, so I started to get a little louder with my voice and shaking her more. Then my anxiety became so extreme that I pushed and even kicked against her back. I was so in fear. Didn't bring anything, and at that point I couldn't understand anything no more. I literally just turned around again facing the wall and laid there. It felt like 30 or 45 minutes till this heartbeat and the music in my head finally stopped. I couldn't sleep for another hour. The next day when me and my mom was awake, she didn't really seem to notice that I literally pushed and kicked against her back for minutes that last night. I never told her. Thought she was being influenced by something that night, and it was so creepy, it gives me chills till today. This has never happened again since. I only told this old friend once, and I don't think that he took me serious. That's the end of tonight's stories. Slightly more brutal command of the English language this evening. See ya. Welcome to the enigmatic sanctuary of Paranormal M. Uncover the extraordinary by hitting subscribe and turning on notifications and dropping a comment. Join us as we delve into the depths of the unexplained with our latest perplexing tales. We hope you find it as fascinating as we do. I think my grandfather is trying to communicate with me. Basically, my grandfather sadly passed away at 90 a few years ago. I was too young for it to process back then. I was around 7. And so I never really mourned him or dwelled on it. While doing my grandmother a favor and cleaning the spare bedroom for her, the room that he passed away in, keep in mind, I saw the flat cap that my grandfather used to wear nearly every day if he went out to do something in the garden or just around the house. After seeing it, I asked my grandmother about it, and she said that I could have it. I remind her of him, and she's trying to get over his death still a few years later. So I finished up in the bedroom, went downstairs, and had a nice chat with my grandmother, then went back to my house. I put the flat cap on my chest of drawers, next to my TV. I see it every night before I go to bed, pretty much. After about 3 or 4 days later, I started having weird kind of streams of energy go through my chest and jolt me awake whenever I would try to go to sleep. I usually just brush it off and continue attempting to go to sleep. Insomnia runs in my father and mother sides of the family. It was mostly manageable, and I'm only writing this because recently, as we get closer to my grandmother and grandfather's wedding anniversary, the activity has started to become more intense and frequent. I might sound a bit off of my rocker, but I swear, sometimes I'll see a silhouette facing me from outside my window, or sometimes hear his voice whisper when I'm home alone. Just yesterday, we celebrated my grandmother's birthday, and the presence was way stronger than what I was now accustomed to, over the past few months anyway. I kept on seeing his face in everywhere that I would look, from wallpaper to tree branches and leaves forming his facial features. I took it as a good sign that he wasn't here to cause any harm or be an annoyance. But when I came home from the party, it seemed like things just were off. A general uneasy feeling and the hairs on my neck were standing as if something or someone was observing me. I was too tired to care. It was a long day from uni and the party, so I just got into bed and brushed it off. That night I recall having an extremely vivid dream, and in it, me and my grandfather were talking outside on a park bench. The same park of the town he grew up in. Most of my mom's family lived there, and his presence there wasn't completely visible. I recall having a long and deep conversation with him about my family, his childhood, and other things I can't remember off the top of my head. At the end of the conversation, most likely when I was nearly waking up, he kept on saying that I need to start visiting my grandmother more, and he said she doesn't have long left. What should I do? I don't want to cleanse the spirit as he's my grandfather, obviously. Not sure what happened. When I was 16, we moved into the last house we lived in my hometown. This is in South Carolina, before moving north. The road was a horseshoe. Now, a bunch of different things happened in the house and in the area. I'll start with the first encounter. The original owner of the house, her brother had cancer, died in one of the rooms. That room was always cold, and you would hear things during the night. Beeps like medical stuff, sometimes even breathing. I refused to go in that room by myself, until the night my dad and I saw something in my room. It was about 1 a.m., maybe 1:30 a.m. My dad and I were standing in the kitchen, looking at the TV in the living room. It's an open concept house. We were making something to snack on. All of a sudden, my dad looks at me, extremely white-faced for a man that's Native American and always tan. and asked why there was a light underneath my door. I turned, saw something walk behind the door. I froze. My TV and lights were off and my door was closed while I was out in the living room with my dad. We finally found the strength to go and open the door. Nothing was in there, but my TV was on, the light was on, and it was freezing in my room. We didn't talk about it for a while. For the next month or so, I slept in the room that the brother died in. Second thing that happened to my dad. Now, my dad is not a small dude. He's 5'11" and 250 pounds, mainly muscle. He's also an army vet, and we are big believers of God. My dad has a huge fear of dying while being awake. He was lying in bed almost asleep when he noticed a glow in his room. My mom was asleep next to him, so she didn't see anything. He opened his eyes and saw a white entity floating next to his dresser, staring at him. When he told us, he said he didn't feel any fear, but felt completely relaxed. He put his head under the blankets and went to sleep, thinking he was going to wake up the next day. This hasn't happened since. He believes it was an angel coming to comfort him from the stress he was dealing with. Now, this last encounter still freaks me the fuck out. Every night after dinner, I would sneak some of my mom's cigarettes. I was 16. Walk around the corner from the house to call friends. This was an everyday occurrence. Up the road from my house was this beautiful house that had a story that the owner of the house, my mom was friends with the wife, and that they were shot and killed in the house. I always felt cold when I walked by the house, even in 100-degree weather. I'm not sure how true the story is, but there was something in that house. Anyway, the way the road was, you came down a hill on my side of the road. Remember, it was a horseshoe. Go past my house, around the corner, down a slight hill, up a slight hill, and around the other corner, and out the other end of the road. I would walk to the second driveway around the corner from my house because he couldn't see me from my house. One night it's about 8 p.m. and I'm on the phone. I looked down the road right between where the hill goes toward. It stopped and the hill going away started. And I swear I saw somebody standing there, but only from the corner of my eye. If I looked straight at him, he'd fade into the tree line. I acted like I didn't see him and started walking toward my house. He was a good distance away from me, so unless he ran, there was no way he caught up with me like he did. I was speed walking and calling my house phone for my mom to let the dogs out. She didn't answer. I called every cell phone in that house. Nobody answered. I looked behind and he had to be like 50 feet away. I saw jeans, a white t-shirt, and work boots. Also hearing them hit the road. I was almost to the corner where my house was when I heard, "Hey, baby," in a deep male voice. I took the fuck off. I turn around and he's gone, but I didn't stop. But here's what freaks me out. I didn't hear him run back up the road into the woods or into the neighbor's yard. Their dogs would have barked, and I ran inside, freaking out. My dad asked what happened. Him, my boyfriend at the time, and a friend went around the road. Didn't find a thing. We went into the woods the next day to see if we could find a shack or anything. Nothing. After that, I refused to walk around that road by myself, especially at night. One day, my boyfriend and I were walking down the road when I felt the hair on the back of my head being tugged, like hard enough that my head was pulled backwards. I freaked. I kept having recurring dreams where the guy chased me to the front of my yard and tackled me and either stabbed or shot me. I swear I saw him in my bedroom window a couple of times. My window is only about 3 feet off the ground. Weird things kept happening until we left. I still don't know who it was that night, but I can't forget that feeling of absolute terror. This isn't the first or last thing to happen to me in my life. Depending on how this post does, I'll post other occurrences. The dress. I live in what was once a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population has been booming, but that's besides the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is one of the original farmhouses. The previous owner died, and the house was left to rot for multiple years. We bought this house in 2011, and we tried to fix it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count, and I'd like to share some on this sub. Starting with my first ever experience when I was around 8 years old, this is not necessarily a scary experience. It's just one that stuck with me my whole life. In my living room, there's a very large window looking out into the street. And one day I was with my sister, my mom, and my grandma, and I suddenly got the urge to move the blinds and just, look outside. Can't explain why I felt like doing this, but when I did, I looked over to my mailbox, which is right next to the street. And the first thing I noticed is this large pink dress. It was flowing in the wind, seemingly attached to my mailbox by some string or rope. For a minute, I just sat there looking at it. It was a very pretty dress, and my 8-year-old mind was ensnared by it. But soon enough, I call over to my sister to come have a look at this beautiful dress attached to our mailbox. Obviously, she has no idea what I'm talking about, gives me a confused look, and comes over to see this dress. To my surprise, thinking back, the dress was still there, even when I looked away from it, and even more surprising, when my sister comes to look at it, she sees it too. Super untypical for ghost stories. We're both staring at this dress when my mom finally realizes what we're doing and asks. We tell her what we're seeing, but when my mom finally comes over to look, the dress is gone. Completely vanishes in the span of about 4 seconds. And I know it would be impossible for it to have went and blown away in the wind, quote unquote. I just missed it because, for one, I looked away for less than a few seconds, and two, the street is relatively big with a hill on the other side, where if it were to blow, it would have landed on this hill. The woman. I live in kind of a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population's been booming, but that's beside the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is some sort of original farmhouse. If you're having deja vu, guys, I too. The narrator, I'm having deja vu. But I digress. The previous owner died in the house and was left to rot for multiple years. We bought this house in 2011 and fixed it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count. I'd like to share some on this sub. For maybe a little over a year now, I've had 2 very quick but extremely distinct experiences of something resembling a woman doing what almost seems like watching me, until I notice. The first time it happened was when I was in my dining room doing a quick after-school workout with my dad. The way that I was facing was towards the kitchen, and in the kitchen there's a window in my kitchen which looks out into the right side of my backyard. I was just finishing some kettlebell set. For some reason, I glanced up at the window. Instead of seeing a large tree in my backyard, I see the top half of what looks like a woman in a white gown darting away from the window. It's the middle of spring, so there's no snow outside to get confused with. And anyway, I go over to the kitchen, get a drink, but also to look out the window and see what it was that I just saw. I thought maybe it could have been my sisters, but when I checked again, they were sitting on the couch behind me in the living room. I have no idea what this was, and it kind of freaked me out when it first happened. Thought this could have been a trick on my mind until a couple of months later. This is when one of the most horrifying experiences I've ever had occurred. My room in my house is in the attic. We redid it and made it into a very large bedroom. Because the attic wasn't finished when we bought the house, there's a large brick chimney on the side of my room coming up from the ground and out the roof. To the right of that chimney is the corner of my room where my Xbox and PC are. Because this area where I'm typing this Reddit post right now is tucked into the corner, I can't hear if somebody were to walk up my stairs, especially if my headphones are on. I also cannot see it. The other side of the chimney where I'm sitting in my chair because, my little sister often likes to sneak up here at night and scare me before she goes to bed. It's really annoying, but to be honest, I don't really care that much. So, one night I was playing on the Xbox at like 11 p.m. when again, for some odd reason, I decided to look down over my shoulder toward the bottom left of my chimney. What I saw was someone's foot quickly put behind the chimney to the part where I can't see it. At first I wasn't scared and laughed it off because, thought my sister had tried and failed to sneak behind my chimney in order to scare me. I called out her name, telling her that I'd seen her and that she wasn't going to scare me. I waited a minute, but no one responded. It was just dead silent. I got a little annoyed because I had to get up from what I was doing and get her. To my absolute horror, there was nobody on that other side of the chimney. At this point, I got a little freaked out, but still started to look around my room for her. I searched every single centimeter of my room, and when I was fully freaked out, I called downstairs to my sister and she responded from her room. The foot that I saw pulled back from behind that chimney was so unbelievably vivid. But the worst part is, when I looked over to see that foot at first, I didn't look up, I looked down. What part of this thing did I not see other than its foot? Was this thing just there staring at me while I really wasn't paying attention? How long had it been standing there? The next day I just thought it was weird that I had two experiences where it almost felt like something or someone was looking at me. Maybe even staring at me for an indefinite period of time till I saw them. The lockbox. Last summer I went on a cruise to Mexico and Honduras. The port was in Galveston, Texas. Me and my family love to go antique stores whenever we're out on vacation. One day we stopped by this antique store on the street. It was relatively big. It had 3 floors, each designated to different items, such as the 3rd floor being only for furniture. We were looking for a while when suddenly I made my way up to the 3rd floor. I instantly got this really weird, eerie feeling, probably because the 3rd floor was completely dead silent in comparison to the crowded 1st floor. Despite the feelings, I continued to look around when I found a small, cramped room. This room, which was connected to another larger room that was specifically for old lockboxes and briefcases. In the middle of this larger room was a lockbox sitting atop a stand of some sort. This box had a 3-digit combo on it. For some godforsaken reason, my brain decided that since I'd gotten a disturbing feeling coming up here, it would be a good idea to put 666 in the combo. Who knows? Maybe it would work, and it would be a very creepy story to tell people, so I did that. I was going to change it back to what it was before. But then my mom ends up calling my phone right before I was about to revert it, telling me that they're leaving. Not thinking twice, I rushed downstairs, not wanting to get left behind. Days go by, and I realize I didn't revert that combo on the super weird displayed centerpiece lockbox on the disturbing third floor in the random antique store. That is, back from 666 to what it was before. I can't help but think that this mistake has done something weird to the experiences in my house. And later on, I'll write more experiences in the sub and make references to the lockbox for more clarification. The whole vibe of that third floor creeps me out when I think about it. When I look back at it, this lockbox was set up so weirdly in a kind of sunlit room. It was displayed in the middle on a stand in the scary third floor of a random antique store in Galveston. Ever since forgetting to revert it, I just feel like the experiences have been more vivid and more frequent than before. The Man. I live in what was once a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population has been booming. Double deja vu. But that's beside the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is one of the original farmhouses. The previous owner died, and the house was left to rot for multiple years. He bought this house in 2011 and fixed it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count, and I'd like to share some on this sub. The experience I'm writing about today just happened a few days ago. My mom's grandma, or my great-grandma, she had this really old creepy painting with like 5 or 6 clown faces that kind of just passed down through my mom's side of the family. This painting hangs in our dining room, and it's always creeped me out. I thought that it had creeped me out like 2-year-old brother as well, but a couple of weeks ago I was at home by myself. I was watching him while my dad went to pick up my sister from school. We were running around the house and playing. This is when all of a sudden, once we'd entered the dining room, my brother stops dead in his tracks, looks to the side and says, "Scared money." Money equals monster in his language, and points to the old painting. First, I thought nothing of it because that painting scared me as well, and I assured him that there were no monsters, and that it was just a painting. He brushed it off and we continued playing like normal. But now I don't think that's what was scaring him. Fast forward a couple of weeks, now just one day ago, I overhear my mom and dad talking about something my brother was saying to them at separate times, but neither of them were with him together. I come up to my mom and ask her what she was talking about. She explains to me that the day before my brother had been sitting in my dad's room on the bed staring at the window. My dad asked him what he was looking at. That was when he pointed out a large oak tree that we have in our driveway. He said, "There's a man in that tree." Now, my mom hadn't been home at this time, so she had no idea it happened, but it sure as hell freaked out my dad, especially because my brother, who again is 2 years old and only speaks in broken sentences, had just with no stutters, no made-up words, no nothing, just perfectly told my dad that terrifying complete sentence. And to make it even worse, my dad half-jokingly asked, "Was the man red?" He said no and asked, "Was he blue?" No again. Finally he asked, "Was he black?" My brother said yes. Getting a little more freaked out, my dad then asked him, "Does he have a tail?" He said no. "Does he have wings?" He said yes. A couple of hours go by, and when it's dark out, my brother's playing with my dad in the dining room when he stops, looks at the painting of the clowns and says, "The man is there?" Again, in an eerily perfect sentence for his age. My dad once again asked him the same questions, and once again, my brother said he was a black man with wings. However, this time my dad asked him what did he want. My brother said, "Ugh." UHG, which is his way of pronouncing my sister's name. The day went by, and as it turns out, my mom had brought up a similar experience to my dad the day after, not knowing my dad experienced almost the same thing the day after she experienced it. Her story was 2 days ago. Her and my brother were returning home from shopping. She got my brother out of the car so we could walk inside while my mom carried the groceries. When my brother got out of the car, though, he didn't walk inside. Instead, he just stopped, stared up at that giant oak tree in the driveway where the next day he would tell my dad there was a black man with wings standing in that tree. Getting impatient and cold, we live in Minnesota, my mom didn't ask what he was looking at and told him to get inside. Now, my brother is 2 years old, and who knows what's going on in his imagination, but I just think that having 3 separate times where neither three of us knew the other two had experienced this with my brother until my mom brought it up, they say something. Especially since when this quote-unquote man wanted my brother and said my sister's name. Dreams and voices. Possible hallucinations, too. Ever since I was little, I used to have this dream my mother and I called the corner dream. Essentially, it was a vivid dream of a corner, the ceiling corner to be specific, in one of our old houses. This came along with breathing coming from it. I was never able to see really what it was until about a week ago. I've always had this dream often, 3 to 4 times a week. Before I explain what's changed about it, please note that I have frequent sleep paralysis. Yes, Gecko. Lately in my dream, I've been able to see something, but not someone in the corner of the room in my old house. I can hear it panting and mumbling to myself, which it never used to mumble before. As cars pass by outside the window, I can briefly see what seems like horns. Not 100% that they're actually horns, but there's definitely something on its head that sticks out. I usually wake up to my oldest daughter screaming and attempting to look over. I always feel like I'm being held down afterwards, and if I'm able to look to the side, there's the thing standing there in the shadows of the room. When everything ends, my daughter is 100% fine, asleep sometimes even. Earlier today, I kept hearing, "Can I come in?" in a male's voice from my living room. My living room connects to the outside by my front door. Since my parents live next door, my father's had a camera that turns 360 that I have access to. Since I thought someone was at the door, I checked the camera. Nobody was there. But yet I kept hearing him asking. I didn't feel comfortable opening the door or responding to the voice. It could just be hallucinating and having sleep paralysis, but it all seems too coincidental. This isn't the first time I've heard a random male voice throughout the house either. My book characters are coming to life. All but 2 characters are based on real people that I know. The villain and the love interest. The villain's in real-life counterpart happens to be a coworker. I knew he looked familiar though, so I brushed it off, but it wasn't until he introduced himself to me that I finally realized who he reminded me of. My coworker shared the exact same name, looks, and height of the exact outfit the villain wears in the story. He hadn't gotten a uniform yet. It was uncanny. This happened back in late July, so my encounters with him were few and far in between after this, due to school starting up. I started journaling after this, for my own sake. I jokingly said in the first entry, why couldn't it have been her instead. On August 27th, I saw him. The love interest's counterpart was also identical to the original. Same name, same height, same hair and eye color. At this point, I had already told my friends about the encounter with the villain. Except this is what really scared me. Why would this happen twice? Denial runs in my blood, so I continued to brush it off until early November. It was okay enough to have the characters have similar looking counterparts. It wasn't okay that the counterparts started acting like the characters from the book. The villain is an avid drinker. My coworker works as a bartender. He isn't like a mob boss or anything. He's a villain who subtly befriends the protagonist. I can see that he was trying to befriend me. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid or if I should be friends with him or not. The love interest, well, is in love with the protagonist and we're friends. Though recently he's been showing signs of liking me romantically. Then again, I can't tell if it's the paranoia or not. Ask Reddit. Happened to my mom. She told me in the morning a month or so ago. She apparently had, quote-unquote, had quite an experience during the night. She woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. She often has sleep issues. She heard her dog being nervous downstairs. So after a while of listening to this, she decided to go check if everything's okay. She got up, went to the bathroom across the hallway. The door was slightly open and she saw a silhouette. A dark black silhouette. There was no way it was her shadow. There was no light source behind her. She turned the light on and there was nothing there. However, the thrash bag on the trash bin was slightly moving. Like there had been some movement. My mother had just entered the bathroom, so I don't think she caused it. I was listening to this like, what the hell, after reading countless stories of people across the sub. I asked her for more details about the appearance of this silhouette. She said her first thought was Zorro, as in a man dressed in black wearing a hat and a cape. Now my first thought was a hat man, but she wasn't having a sleep paralysis. She's never had it. Maybe just a hallucination, but a weird experience anyway. My mom was weirded out and she doesn't believe in that stuff at all, but she was still interested. She jokingly asked me if I was summoning ghosts or something. Hell no. I also find interesting about the story is that 2 days prior I was trying to open my root chakra for the first time. Doubt it was connected in any way though, but mentioning it nonetheless. Ask Reddit. I decided to take a nighttime stroll sometime between 12 and 1 a.m. I left my apartment. I walked along the road that led to the woods nearby and contemplated on whether to follow the road that led through the woods. I decided against it. I wasn't stupid and it was pitch black with zero lights. You were really only able to see a few feet in front of you. So I decided to head back home. I barely walked 15 feet from the woods and I heard footsteps directly behind me. I turned and saw no one, and it continued every time I started walking back. Problem was, there was no hiding spots for someone to hide if they were following me, and the footsteps sounded like they were only 2 to 3 feet at most. And I also used to watch those haunted house reenactments, so what I got from those was that ghosts react to fear. So if it was some spirit, I shouldn't act scared. So instead I laughed when I heard the steps again. This time it seemed to stop. I got home and went to bed, and that same night I was awoken abruptly about an hour later to a guy saying, "Psst." I looked around. No one was there, so I just said out loud, "Not right now. Trying to sleep." And I went back to bed. Thing is, if it was just the second thing, I could explain it off, but they happened the same night, so it feels like they were connected. It was a one-off, as if it never happened. Otherwise, I would have went to go check it out. Ask Reddit. I was raised skeptic, so I tend to lean towards things having a logical answer. But there's been a couple of instances I still couldn't explain entirely until recently. If anybody can hear that, that's not gunshots. I'm pretty sure those are fireworks blasting off in my neighborhood, but I can't do anything about it, so I'm going to continue on. Just want to note that it's not gunshots, and I'm not recording this audio from a gunfight. The most recent was hearing my cabinet door slam closed in the kitchen while I was in the bedroom. But before I moved to where I am now, I lived with my ex-fiancée at the time, who would often be at work while I was at home due to opposite schedules. So one of the times I was relaxing in the bedroom at night, my dog and I both heard this woman's voice clear as day, as if it were right outside my bedroom, go, "Jeez." So I panicked and listened for a bit and heard nothing else. Went outside with the dog and saw nobody. Then promptly told my ex what happened. And to lighten the situation a bit, we named her Jeez Louise. Turns out, though, when I'm sleep deprived, well, I get visual and auditory hallucinations super easily. So pretty much any ghostly experience I've had since then, I just chalked it up to that. Ask Reddit. A couple of years ago, I was 23 at the time, I was still living with my parents. I was up upstairs in my bedroom hanging out in my room and watching TV. I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and while I was on the phone, I exited my room and went downstairs to have a cigarette. The only other person in my parents' house that day was my dad, who later I found out was asleep in his room on the main level. Anyway, I was gone for about 7 minutes when I walked back upstairs and entered my bedroom. I was still on the phone at the time, and I walked toward my bed and sat down. Eventually, after 20 seconds or so, I glanced back up to play my TV, and there at the end of my bed was a piece of paper sticking up from the base. I just remember not understanding what I was seeing, and never in my life have I so quickly dropped dead silent. I say dropped dead silent in a way to try to explain what it feels like when you're coming to terms with something that your brain isn't ready or fully capable of understanding. I just remember going, "Nate." And he kept saying, What? I could hardly speak. I quickly said I'll call him back and immediately took out my phone and took a picture. I took a picture before doing anything else, before I even studied what the piece of paper was, before I did anything at all, and I took a picture. I took a picture because I couldn't believe my eyes. I don't know how it got there, why it was placed the way it was, and why it looked the way it did. I'm getting goosebumps right now. Anyway, it was an old economics paper of mine talking about the government and the divide in our two-party system, and the divide that it creates in America. I wrote this econ paper 3 years prior in a college intro to econ course. There was originally 2 pages to it, but it was missing its second page. The edges of the page were burnt, and there was a big yellow triangle that almost looked like it was highlighted on, smack dab in the middle of the page. It almost looked luminescent, or like a dollar bill does. Anyhow, it absolutely scared the fuck out of me. That paper had been in my closet stacked away with all my other schoolwork, and now it was ripped from the other page and was placed at the edge of my bed, sticking upright for me to be able to see. It was gone for only 7 minutes. Nobody could have done that. It was absolutely impossible. Shortly after that bizarre situation occurred, I dodged the hell out of my parents' house, went to a hotel with a friend of mine. The second part of the story is just as scary, but I don't even want to get into that right now. Anyway, I still wish I knew what it meant. I can't tell if it was good or bad. I don't know what the symbolism was, why the paper had weird burns around the edges, and what the fuck the large luminescent triangle meant. I still don't know why or how, but my concept of understanding the world's changed ever since. I was only gone for 7 minutes, mind you. Ask Reddit. When I was 3, my grandfather passed away. I don't really remember him, like, at all. I know exactly what he looks like, though, as my grandma still has pictures of him all around her house. And I've seen the home videos of him and myself, and my younger sister when she came along. We were all playing with him, and him lighting a candle at my first birthday, that sort of thing. There is an exception, though. For years, I've had this random memory that must have occurred only a few months or so before his passing. I'm pretty sure in this memory I was 3, or very close to it, and my sister was around a year old. I have this very vivid memory of myself sitting at a kitchen bench, my sister in her high chair, and my granddad playing pop-up behind the kitchen bench. Like he would duck down behind the bench and do a big pop-up to surprise, making a very funny face each time. I was laughing. My baby sister was doing the typical baby big laughing. It's nothing special in what happened or what went down, but yet it's so strong and vivid. Now, despite how vivid and strong that memory is, I was never sure if it actually happened. Like I said, I was only 3. I barely remember my granddad, and apart from that memory, the only thing I really know about him are stories from my mom and grandma, and from the home videos. I could totally be making it up, which is very possible given what we know about memories from young childhood fading or being twisted in the sense that we kind of misremember them. Sometimes we might even have completely false memories. Flash forward to last year when I was pregnant with my first and my friend group. Or when I was pregnant with my first. My friend group were talking about my family, and what do they think the baby will look like. I talked about my granddad, how I barely remember him, but I have this one memory, and it goes like this. I'm not sure if it was really real, but blah 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 blah. That night after catching up with my friends, I had an incredibly vivid dream. In this dream, the memory was being reenacted. I was watching my granddad pop up and down behind the counter, making funny faces and making me and my sister laugh, just like I remember. But after the 5th or 6th time of him doing it, he pops up but becomes serious, looks directly at me. He tells me that yes, this really did happen. He loved playing this game with us girls. He's happy I remember it, and don't worry, I'm not making a false memory, everything's all good. Ask Reddit. For context, I believe to this day that the vast majority of all, if not all, paranormal videos and photos have a plausible explanation outside of the paranormal. This means that these videos and photos can be easily explained away as either CG, poor quality cameras, pareidolia, or outright fakes. Needless to say, I do believe that there still can be paranormal shit that happens. However, at the time when this happened, about 8 years ago, and when I didn't believe in ghosts as much, my family and I were staying at Fort Garry Hotel in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I had a very, you could say, spare moments. I decided to explore the hotel because it was, well, absolutely beautiful. Got lost, as I usually do in buildings, since I get directionally challenged the moment I step into one. Anyways, I happened to run into someone that looked like they worked at the hotel. But they weren't house cleaning or a clerk, so I was unsure of their position or job. I asked for directions back to the lobby, since I had to meet my family in a few minutes. The moment I arrived in the lobby and walked past the front desk, a clerk and a security guard were staring at me in shock and with pale faces. The security guard asked me who I was talking with earlier for the directions back to the lobby. I told him I thought it was somebody who worked at the hotel. Well, wouldn't you know? Turns out that floor I was on, can't remember for the life of me, has a bunch of paranormal shit that goes on regularly. I don't know if he was supposed to, but the security guard showed me the footage he had just seen. The person I was talking with never appeared on the security feed, even though they should have been in plain view. It was super creepy because I had shaken this person's hand for some reason, and the footage just showed me shaking hands with the air. The person appeared in front of me as any other person would have. When I touched their hand, it felt like any squishy person would normally. And yet they never showed up on the footage. There was no way I could have blocked out the person from the view of the camera. I'm only 5'6". The security guard even pulled up a second angle for further proof. No one else believes me despite the footage. To this day, I still don't know how to explain it. Ask Reddit. I used to rent a townhouse in the woods with my ex. One night I'm out on duty. She calls me about 3 a.m, absolutely hysterical. I'm thinking, oh my God, somebody broke in. I gotta race home and help. But it seems the wooden baby gate we used to keep the puppy downstairs flew from the base of the stairs, all the way up the stairs, hitting the ceiling, leaving a mark, and landed in a mangled mess. The puppy was locked in her cage all night, so she couldn't have done it. And all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. Later that month, we're in the kitchen having a chat when, in front of our very eyes, this big heavy feeder we used for the cat, which was on the countertop as I just cleaned it, it rotated 90 degrees upright onto its side. And then gently, another 90, so as to be upside down. This barely made a tap as it landed. This feeder was heavy. When I tried to recreate it, it made a very loud crash. How could it rotate with only a tap? More crazy things happened too. I would enter the kitchen, and then the silverware drawer would bang super loud. The animals would stare at the corner of the room and back away slowly. A dead-bolted door would be wide open as soon as you turned. Oh, and the nightmares, man, you wouldn't believe. So not saying I believe in ghosts, but damn, bud. Ask Reddit. So when my mom was in college, she worked at a local restaurant as a server. She's heading home around midnight one night. This is after her shift, and a bunch of cops are outside of her apartment. Here's the story as it was relayed to her by the cops and her neighbors. Earlier in the night, the neighbors noticed a guy hanging around her door, acting sketch. They called the police and a report. Maybe it was a possible attempted robbery. Police show up and the guy's nowhere to be found, but upon trying to handle, the door to my mom's apartment is open. Neighbors are adamant they never saw the guy leave the area, so the cops decide to go in and look around the place. While inside, they open her closet door and the man is standing there completely naked. He was, of course, arrested, and my mom arrived soon after with the police hanging around and let her know what had happened. and why they had to go into her house. My mom was so freaked out she drove all the way to her parents' house that night, took the rest of the semester off. It gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking about what would have happened if her neighbors hadn't have, happened to be looking out the window, or if they had decided to mind their own business and not call in, or if the cops had thrown up their hands when they couldn't immediately find the guy that had just left. Very possible I wouldn't be here today. Ask Reddit. So my family has a Shorehouse that's been a part of my family since 1883. Everyone of my family stayed in that house. An ex-great-uncle died in one of the rooms that I slept in because it was downstairs. I was too afraid to sleep in the upstairs and I stayed there alone. So according to a medium or whatever they're called, they told us it was haunted by my great-aunt Beth. I also believe her husband is haunting because of my dad's stories. Anyway, my parents told me stories from back in the day of their own experiences with unexplainable stories. Thought they were made-up stories to scare me. Well, one time, me and my buddy were in my living room, and I was sitting in a chair that sat next to the door frame that was next to the staircase. It's just me and him in the house when we hear footsteps going up the staircase. We stood up and went to the stairs, and we listened as we heard step by step go up the stairs. It was during the day, so it wasn't as scary. Another time in the same house, after assuming the person who haunts the house was my ex-great-aunt Beth, I would jokingly talk to the ghost in the house. I wasn't sure if she actually heard me. Well, in my kitchen we have 2 long fluorescent light bulbs. One long one and then another one next to it. Well, one didn't work all summer, like literally never turned on. Well, after that last day in the house, I was locking the house up for some reason. I'm in the kitchen, and I jokingly say, "Okay, Aunt Beth, I'm leaving. Have a good night. Love you." The light bulb that didn't turn on all of summer suddenly turns on. I was so terrified I grabbed my stuff, shut the lights off, and bounced. The last experience was once again in the same house. So even though I was afraid to stay in the upstairs at the night, the only room with AC were the upstairs, and so in the bedroom there's a wooden folding door that connects to another bedroom that you have to jane shut, because it keeps the cold air. And then there's the main bedroom door that goes into the main hallway. That door you also have to jam shut because cold air, and the door is expanding from the humidity, so you gotta jam it into the frame. Anyway, one morning I wake up and my bedroom door is wide open and the door across the bedroom is open and the lamp is on the floor. All the doors and windows are locked. I try not to think of anything, but it still freaks me out. So the following night I have the doors closed. I'm scared, but I fall asleep. I wake up the next morning and now the sliding door is open. My bedroom door is open and the door across the hallway is open. The lamp is now shattered on the floor. It was so terrifying that thank God I didn't witness it or wake up to it. Ask Reddit. So my family and I were living in Germany back in the 1980s. We rented this nice old house. I was 2 at the time, and my mom was pregnant with my first brother. Things didn't really start happening until a few months after moving in. It was pretty weird. The house always had an odd feel to it, but you always get that when you move into a new place, right? It started with things not being where you last left them, kitchen cabinets being open. The main thing was the stairs to the attic. It was out in the open in the hall, right next to my brother's room. It was only like 6 or 7 steps up until you got to the ceiling and a latch door. You could get about 2 steps up and would immediately be filled with overwhelming dread and fear. I can remember only thinking, getting out, get out, get out, get out, get out, over and over, until I could walk away. Friends would come over and go up the steps and sit down. They would get this look on their faces and just start crying uncontrollably. So, all of this to say, one night when I woke up in the middle of the night to use the toilet, which was just across the hallway from my room, after I was done, I sleepily made my way back when I got hit with the coldest blast of air I'd ever felt. I was maybe like 5 at this time. My neck and back felt tingly. I felt like shivering. I turned to look down the hall and saw the top half of a younger man walking down the hall, and then turned to go down the stairs, but just straight up vanished. I was pretty sure I dreamt the whole thing up, to be honest. My mom claims that while she was pregnant with my first brother, there was an older man that would stand, quote unquote, in the doorway and had this aura of, in her words, pure evil and sickness. My mom was super sick, but so was my dad on the nights that this old man was around, at least. During her second pregnancy, she says that the younger man would stand in the doorway, but facing away from the bed, and that he made the room feel calm. The man never bothered my mom during this time, but after my second brother was born, he stopped guarding the door. My first little brother would have awful night terrors. He would wake up screaming at the top of his lungs like he was being murdered. After my second brother was born, he would have the same terrors. They would wake up screaming at the same time. Super weird. I'd have the same nightmare every night for 6-ish years that we lived in that house. It was always me standing at the base of the stairs to the attic. Then the door would vanish from under me, and I would fall into total darkness. There was no escaping it. I would fall into it every night. Another instance was when my mom told me to stop getting in the cupboards for snacks. I told her I hadn't been in them. She told me to stop lying, or I'd be grounded. She came and grabbed me, and later that day took me to the kitchen, pointed me to an open cabinet and scolded me. I argued that I didn't do it. She then pushed me to go in my nose to the corner. She then went back to the kitchen, and then all was quiet. Too quiet. Like that eerie quiet that creeps you out. I turned around and my mom just standing in the kitchen doorway, mouth wide open. I asked her if she was okay. She just continued to look in the kitchen, not moving. I walked up to her and looked in to find every cabinet and door open. We just stood there, shocked and scared. My youngest brother was asleep upstairs in his crib, and my other brother was with his dad at the doctor's appointment. The scariest incident was when my mom was able in the dining room watching TV. My brothers and I were playing upstairs, and I heard crashing, like glass breaking. I ran downstairs and saw my dad rush into the dining room, and my mom was just standing there. The dishes were broken on the floor in front of her. My dad asked if she was okay and went to help her. She says, "Get out." My dad stops and just turns white as a sheet. I guess they'd been hearing the old man in the dreams and nightmares as well, telling them to get out of the house. They didn't tell me till years later. Mom then started screaming, get out," over and over again, ripping things off the shelves and throwing them to the floor. The weirdest and scariest part was when she started shouting at us in fluent German. My mom barely spoke any German, just enough to get by. She spoke French and English at the time. And the look on her face was, well, weird. Didn't look like my mother. It's hard to describe. But she looked older, and her eyes were so full of hate. Never seen my mother look like that before. My father told me to run upstairs and shut the door. He would come get us when it was safe. I ran and hid with my brothers in their closet, terrified of what was happening. My dad came up sometime later and went to see my mother. She was sitting on the sofa sobbing. I remember hugging her. She held me so tight I could barely breathe. After that possession happened, my mom called in priests to try to cleanse the house. The owner fully cooperated with us after my mom and dad told him, claimed the old man we described was his grandfather, who had previously owned the house before dying in it. He has no idea who the young man, though, was. I can remember a priest coming over, and it was so bizarre. He would start to pray and try to rid the home of evil or whatever, and every time something would happen, the phone would ring, the postman would knock, my brothers would cry, a truck drove by with its horn going. But the priest persisted. But as soon as he started up the stairs to the second floor, he fell down them. He claimed he felt 2 hands push against his chest, and then he said this was beyond him. He left, never heard from the church. The final straw was when I was playing in my room and I was standing in front of my large mirrored closet. It fell on me. Luckily, my bed was right next to me, and it stopped the closet from crushing me completely. And remember, I was around 6 at this time. There was no way for me to be able to tip this closet as it was butted up against the wall, and it was a heavy, solid wood one that came with the house when we moved in. Not to mention, I was standing away from it nearest to my bed. At this point, we were all stressed out, so much so that it was affecting my dad's work. His boss pulled him into the office one day and asked him what was going on. My dad said that he wouldn't have believed him if he told him, but I guess his boss persuaded him to. Turns out my dad's boss was a long-time practicing Wiccan and said he could help. Not sure as to how that conversation went down, as my dad said he doesn't really remember all the details, but he remembers his boss explaining to him the process of cleansing the house and how he had it done by others before ours. So the day comes when my dad's boss turns up to our house with a bunch of his fellow coworkers and friends. The landlord showed up to help. Everyone gets a task to prevent the cleansing from being stopped. Kind of like when the priest had tried. My dad's boss and another guy go down into the cellar to start, and gradually move through the house. My mom and I sat in the living room, and a friend had come to take my brothers to her place while this happened. Can't remember why I was at the house, to be honest. These guys got to the attic stairs, and shit got weird. The house felt awful, like the air was buzzing with static, and I felt my stomach. My mother was feeling it too, as I could see her gagging and trying to hold everything down. The guys opened the attic and started cleansing. You could hear things in the house moving. Not sure what it was, but it sounded heavy. Turns out that the source of all of the things was like the old armoire in the attic. My dad told me the landlord recognized it as belonging to his grandfather before he died. It was full of old clothes. Things like memorabilia. Nazi memorabilia. They all first tried to remove the armoire from the house, but it wouldn't budge, so they took everything out of it and it still didn't budge. They thought maybe it had been nailed to the floor, but found nothing holding it down. They eventually called the other guys, and 6 grown men could not move that armoire. Dad said it was the craziest thing he'd ever seen in his life. So, my dad's boss and his other Wiccan friend decided to seal the armoire in a circle of salt and sulfur. Once they'd completed that ritual, they finished the cleansing of the house. And no lie, guys, it was like the house sighed. It felt like a breeze blew through the house, like every door and window would have been open on a windy day, sort of a feeling. And by the way, they weren't. Everything was closed during the cleansing. My hair even moved with it. It was so weird. Then silence, not just audibly, but that uncomfortable, heavy feeling the house had always gone with. Truly felt empty. Such an odd sensation to me. After the house had been cleansed, the attic was locked up, and that was that. No more apparitions, nightmares, or fear around the attic steps. No more opening cabinets, and no more possessions. Even though it only happened one time. My parents were so happy, and the people who helped out were invited over quite a few times. My dad says he still talks to all of them to this day, and he said he still feels he can't ever thank them enough for saving us from that horrible nightmare. He even became a Wiccan afterwards and still casually practices, but not as much as he used to. Anyhow, that's my long-ass story of the haunted house I lived in as a child. Ask Reddit. I live in the woods in Florida. I'm 13 miles from the nearest anything. And that anything is a gas station. I'm 25 miles from the nearest town. My only neighbors for 2 miles are my parents who live across the street from me. I'm a single mom. It's just me and my son out here and our dogs. In my living room, I have a giant gray sectional couch in the shape of an L. My son, who was 6 when this happened, likes to pull up the ottoman, making the giant couch like a big bed that he then piles all the blankets and pillows that he owns to make himself a camping nest. He sleeps out in the living room. Now that I've established some background information, here's the actual story. So I'm home from work early-ish one night. My son had built his nest on the couch and passed out early, like 8 p.m. So I had time to myself and a sleeping child. I decided to play some Skyrim uninterrupted for once. I'm playing my game, smoking my bowl. I've got my medical card, by the way. Just having a great time when I hear my pit bull. His name was Aries, and he barked. It's not a bunch of barking, just one insistent, "Hey, Mom, you left me out. I want to come in," kind of a bark. Any pet owner should, kind of be nodding their head right now. We all know our pets' voices. I pause and I look at the time, and I say out loud, "It's only 8:30, you're fine. It's a beautiful night out anyway." Go back to my game. About half an hour later, he barks again, just that one, "Hey, Mom, you left me out here," kind of a bark. It interrupts my concentration, and I ignore the urge to get up and let him in. I continue playing because I don't get that much time. I work like 50 hours a week and taking care of my kid in the house when I'm not working. I'm mid in a dungeon quest, and I'm concentrating hard. About every 15 minutes, I hear the one stupid bark, and I start to get really annoyed. Because every time he does it, I get the literal urge to go let him in, and it just tips me out of my train of thought and ruins my game immersion. It's starting to get angry. "If you wanted to let you in, I'd let you in, but you're fine." Finally, he does it that one last time. Most moms know what I mean. I'd had enough, so I toss down my controller, thinking how stupid this dog is, and as it hits the piles of covers next to me my kid's buried in, I hear a snore, a dog snore. I move the blanket to see Aries dead asleep next to my kid, not a care in his dumb doggy brain. Immediate fear and dread and heaviness like I've never felt washes over me. Can't describe it any better than an ancient fear. It felt old and terrifying, and I literally heard a voice say in my head, "Don't move, baby, don't get up. Just keep playing like you don't know anything's wrong and it'll go away. If you take one step toward that door, you're in trouble." I picked my controller back up and kept playing. Heard the bark a few more times, but around 11:45 the air in my house felt normal again. But I slept down on the couch because I wasn't leaving my kid alone.